Okay. Open up the public hearing on House Bill 310. And Representative Ammon is the sponsor. Good morning, Representative Ammon.
Good morning. Good morning to the best looking committee in the State House, Commerce Committee. So for the record, my name is Keith Ammon, Hillsborough District 42, New Boston, Mount Vernon, and Lineborough. Two disclaimers. I do own digital assets, and I'm also the chair of the New Hampshire Blockchain Council. It's an all-volunteer nonprofit. So having said that, the next two bills are similar and related. This first one, House Bill 310, has to do with stable tokens and tokenized real-world assets. It would set up a study commission to develop a framework, a legal framework for the state around issuers of stable tokens and tokenized real-world assets. So a stable token is a digital token represented on the blockchain. It's backed by US dollars, treasuries, and basically it pegs its value to the US dollar. A tokenized real world asset is very similar. The asset backing it could be gold, it could be real estate, it could be artwork. Anything of value could back a tokenized. It could be tokenized. So the tokenization represents ownership. It's sort of like a receipt for ownership. And the value is it trades on the blockchain, an open public ledger. We've talked about these things before. A blockchain is basically infrastructure. A blockchain is like the electric grid. It's like the internet. It's like roads and bridges. It's infrastructure. It's a way to communicate value across the internet, across space and time, and across borders. So if you tokenize a real world asset, put it on the blockchain, that ownership can be traded 24/7 globally and in a frictionless way, in an easy way to validate that you have an asset, you have ownership of an asset. The reason why a study commission is the right thing at the right time is because there are moving pieces on the chessboard. There are federal legislation. Senators Loomis and Gillibrand have a bill. It's called I think it's called the Payment Stablecoin Act. And that bill has been worked on since earlier 2024. So we want to see how how it plays out at the federal level. One interesting thing, the state of Wyoming has a commission. It's called the Stable Token Commission. And it's not a study commission. It's a commission to enact a stable token. The state of Wyoming is going to issue a US dollar-backed token, stablecoin, on multiple blockchains. And they're going to do it with the sovereignty of the state of Wyoming. So that's kind of an interesting concept. That's not what we're talking about here. This would be the private sector doing it. The chair of the Wyoming Stable Token Commission is the governor of the state of Wyoming, which is really interesting. Yeah. Mr. Chair, you're rolling your eyes. You don't find that impressive?
What is his name again?
The governor of Wyoming?
Yes.
Yeah. What is his name?
Didn't he run for president and then
No, that's North Dakota, I think you're thinking of.
vetoed the other token type legislation, but maybe it's
That
North
was
Dakota.
Kristi Noem of South Dakota that you're
So
thinking
that's
of.
Christie, yeah. But
Yeah.
no, it was other guy. Starts with a B. What's the last name?
I think Burgum you're thinking of, that's a different state.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, there's some moving parts that would make sense to have a study commission, and the reason is the state has its own sovereignty, and we can do things at a state level. What a stable token legislation regulatory regime would look like is ensuring that an issuer of a token, of an asset-backed token, honestly represents amount of assets they have in custody. So for instance, if I had a bar of gold and I tokenized it, a dishonest actor would say, I'm going to sell 10 tokens for my 1 bar of gold. And so you're misrepresenting the fact that ownership represents that bar of gold. You see what I mean? So you would have auditing. This is just, thinking of it through. You'd have auditing of the assets, and then you'd have something called proof of reserves on the blockchain, where you would look at the blockchain and say, these units add up to the assets, that an independent auditor, said that, signed off on you having those. So anyway, that's just rambling off the top of my head, but I have some people behind me, I think, that would talk more about it.
Okay, so if I get this straight, we're talking about an actual commodity, because that's always been my issue with digital, is that whatever the 39-digit number is not a commodity to me. It's just a piece of paper.
Right.
So in this case, there is an underlying value. There is an underlying asset.
Right.
And that basically you're going to offer stock ownership of that item.
Yeah.
And you're using the crypto platform as the way to do it.
Right. And so the predictions of this market, the size of this market is something like $10 trillion. It's potentially a very large market. And financial companies, banks, Fidelity, BNY Mellon, they're all looking into tokenization of real world assets. And it's something that the state, I think, should get ahead of. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay. Yes, Representative McAleer.
Thank you. So I'm a little confused. What is really the purpose or reason for this? And then secondly, why do we need it?
So second question first. This is getting ahead of where the financial markets are going. So this is being a step ahead of future innovation. So that's why we need it. We want to position our state ahead of the pack, right? Why we need it. So whenever you deal with just the virtual world, when it's just a virtual token, there's no physical real world thing behind it, then you wouldn't need this. But the fact that you need to marry tokenization with a real asset in the real world, then you need a regulatory framework to make sure that there aren't bad actors issuing tokens that, are misrepresenting the value. Does that make sense?
Okay. I did Representative Spears next, and then I'll come over to the side.
I kind of like the idea off the top of my head, but I have a contact in the FBI, and they said that both Wyoming and North Dakota are the largest clearinghouses for money laundering in the state, and they do it with stablecoin.
So who's your source? What's his name?
I've got it written. Haskins, I think, is his last name, but I can get the details and give you that.
Okay.
But I have also read that in other places. So the question is now, Wyoming and North Dakota have set themselves up specifically for that in some ways. Whether you want to believe that or not, you can do the research, or I can show you my research. And I don't have a problem if we do it and we just make sure we're not going to be in the money laundering business. And so that's a thing I'm concerned about when we set up this commission. I just want to make sure that we're not going to be in the money laundering business or the income tax evasion business.
Understood. That's what you believe.
Okay. I said I would go back to the next slide, so I'll be back over to you. Okay. Okay. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. Is there any advantage to having such regulations done at the state level rather than at the federal level, which would make them standardized nationwide?
Well, so the federal level has its domain and the states have their domain, and we were elected to represent the states' powers, right? So that's what we would be protecting in this framework. So, like as I said, there is some legislation pending at the federal level, but that doesn't necessarily block states from doing their own thing, to being like the gold standard of tokenized real world assets. That if you're following the rules of New Hampshire, people can trust that your asset is fully backed and compliant with the regime of the state. And so I guess there's, yes at the federal level and also yes at the state level.
Okay, Representative Turison.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So the question is that, is this a different token than Bitcoin you're proposing, or is this tokenizing all the assets, piggybacking on Bitcoin, or some Bitcoin related stuff?
So Bitcoin has its own network, and there's a protocol called Taproot where you can issue tokens on the Bitcoin blockchain, but this would be blockchain agnostic. An issuer could potentially issue tokens on, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Avalanche, all these top level blockchains, and they can even bridge between them. So it would be blockchain agnostic, I think, the way that I'm conceiving this. Does that make sense? So it could be Bitcoin, but also others. It's about storing the representation of ownership on a blockchain.
Can I follow up? with another
Further question may inquire.
So are you proposing some other standardized coin? Coin?
So if you read the bill, you'll see the position of the commission, the duties of the commission is to establish this. It's sort of to craft legislation for the future. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay, I thought he had of him too. Okay, fine. Representative Burrows for the question.
Thanks for taking my question. Here's my concern. I mean, sometimes we have a commission, and to be very, I guess, blunt about it, sometimes they're stacked in favor of wanting a certain outcome. And I'm not saying this is going to be this way, but it's going to be 3 members of the House of Rep appointed by the Speaker, 2 members of the Senate appointed by the Senate President, and the governor appoints some of these other people. What assurances do we have that this commission will be balanced so that, we can really get a real good understanding of the risks and the benefits?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. Every commission kind of faces that. I'm open. I think this is an average bill. I'm open to improving the bill. I think coming behind me, we're going to see someone talking about the ULC, Uniform Law Commission. I think maybe
UCC.
Well, the ULC creates the UCC, right? So I think, adding that position, adding a position like that to balance it out, I think would be a good idea.
Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is actually a follow-up question. If the federal government were to enact a law regulating stable coins and tokenized assets, isn't it possible that that would occupy the field and block state regulation?
Not completely. I think it'll set some parameters on what state regulation could be. But, as you know, our state has its own trust laws that are different from other states. We have state chartered banks that are different from other states. Like there will still be an area for state involvement. I'd just like to add, a lot of the bills that we've passed blockchain related have come out of commissions. Like it's a pretty normal thing. It's a complicated subject, so it makes sense to have experts study it and propose legislation. So that's why I'm going with this approach.
So even if the feds did come out with their own plan, it would be up to whoever choose to have this capital item that they're capitalizing and using the blockchain system to decide which set of statutes, which laws they want to be under. Do they want to be state chartered under the state law, or would they want to be on federal law? Okay, Representative Selling.
Thank you, Chairman, for taking my call. My question is how this is going to benefit the New Hampshire resident, because if you have done any kind of a demographics, how many percentage of the resident will get benefit out of it, and what is the risk?
Well, I think one risk is not having a framework for regulating it and just letting it be the Wild West at the state level, right? I mean, there's a downside to not doing it, I think. How many of our residents own stocks and bonds and municipal bonds, or, this is projected by people smarter than me to become more and more of the economy. So it would allow our residents to feel comfortable that a token issued by the state of New Hampshire isn't going to cheat them, right? That it actually represents the value that it purports to. So that would be, a benefit to an increasing segment of society.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Further question.
Have you done any kind of research with the New Hampshire resident about the impact on the Bitcoin or what they think about it before presenting the bill or something like that? Was there anything done?
So the idea for this bill came out of the governor's crypto commission in 2022. So the governor issued an order. We had a year-long commission, and this idea wasn't in the report, but it was part of the discussions around, the
I think a
people participating in
clarification
that.
is needed here. We're not talking about going into the Bitcoin or the stablecoin business.
Right.
We're setting up a commission to decide what rules we should have should someone else want to start up one in New Hampshire. We're not going in the business with this.
No,
That's correct.
We're setting up an
But,
environment.
and I
so
would
we have
say,
laws.
Representative Salvi, that what this committee has been very aggressive in doing is always trying to stay on the front lines of have as many different methodologies of investing. And for instance, our trust laws, our family trust laws, we've always been out on the forefront of carrying these. Now, to say is, well, how many people are really going to be able to take advantage of it, or how much is it a benefit? I would say is more than anything else, we're trying to be a magnet. We're trying to attract people to come to us, to move to New Hampshire or invest in New Hampshire and invest these products and take advantage of these products. Is it dangerous for the state to do it? No, because at the end of the day, if the product failed or whatever they're doing, the business fails, that's no skin. It doesn't affect us as New Hampshire. It might say is, oh well, New Hampshire shouldn't have created that opportunity. You could always argue, said New Hampshire, what's the matter with you guys? We're always trying to do all this state of the art, cutting edge, new just in kind of financial transactions. But I would say over the history, in terms of how one of the reasons why trust law now comes to, was coming to this committee rather than judiciary, is because I was the sponsor of Uniform Trust Code. And changing the Uniform Trust Code, I was the sponsor of I'm spacing out at the moment, but it was related to the fact that trusts had to expire, and I sponsored that legislation. So in the long run, we're always trying to be on cutting edge, to have all these interesting new methodologies of investing out there. Last year we did digital assets. So we're always doing this. It doesn't hurt the state. We always have the Secretary of State's office who does securities and they're always monitoring it. They're always involved. They certainly will have a seat at the table of this commission and to ensure that there is no potential exposure to the state. But that at the same time, we are always excited about trying to take on new things that are cutting edge.
Okay, Chairman, just may I ask a follow-up question to
Certainly.
you? Because I just wanted to be clear, I'm representing my ward. So any of the constituents is asking me why we're considering a commission for a digital asset. What is the answer I should give? Because I didn't get the answer.
We should regulate it. We should regulate it. That's the answer.
There is no downside, and what you can say to your constituents is this is that New Hampshire is having another opportunity to have an investment vehicle, and maybe it's not affecting them. But I would say is there are a lot of people who have been moving to New Hampshire, certainly since COVID and prior to that, who are moving to New Hampshire because we're innovative with these different kinds of methodologies of investment.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, Representative Herbert.
I think I've read that the absolute total value of the United States is about $226 trillion. Now, my question is, are we going to attach those assets as available to Bitcoin or any stable coin, or as a legitimate representation of the dollar, which is the world's reserve?
Yeah.
I'm having a difficult time trying to figure out how the connections. How are you going to marry with the concepts of digital assets?
Well,
I just don't understand. And my follow-on question
Sure.
is, does the federal government have to endorse whatever we do? Because the dollar is a worldwide
yeah.
currency.
I know you're worried about the dollar losing its reserve status, and I am too, because that would affect all of our, standard of living. Our money would become worthless, right? The eighth largest
hopefully not.
purchaser of U.S. Treasuries is a company called Tether. They issue U.S. dollar-backed stable coins. They've recently moved to El Salvador with their headquarters, because El Salvador is friendly with this. But it's the eighth largest purchaser of U.S. Treasuries, and they tokenize the U.S. dollar, and it trades 24/7 all around the world, and it makes the dollar penetrate markets that it previously couldn't. It can penetrate a market where people just have cell phones. They don't need a bank to, have an account with the bank. So the U.S. dollar can penetrate further around the world because it's tokenized, and that will encourage demand for the dollar like into the foreseeable future. So if you're worried about the dollar, tokenizing the dollar is a positive.
Can I follow on? I haven't gotten the answer. The question I'm asking is,
Yes.
in a legal framework, the dollar is the United States currency.
Correct.
It is used, it has functionally become the reserve currency for the world. And now my concern is that someone is going to come along and say, oh, I have this tokenized digital real world whatever, and we have absolutely no idea what the ramifications are going to be, unless at least we should have the appropriate body, which would be the United States and Congress, to say, okay, fine, I'm satisfied. The dollar is just like the tokenized currency that you're trying to
I would totally
adopt.
believe that, Mr. Representative Herbert. I would totally believe that.
I'm just wondering. I haven't
Further
heard the
question here? Are you,
legislation.
I believe-
if the
believe
answer
you.
you're looking for is, has this have the potential of undermining the dollar? And I would say is that I cannot see that, because I'm looking at this as simply that the item is like, think of it as a corporation, is an entity, and it's selling stock. And the stock, the stock is being traded as a token.
Yeah.
And then keep it as simple as that. That's what this bill does.
That's perfect analogy. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Representative Spear.
You mentioned you mentioned something very quickly in passing, and I'm not sure I understood what you meant by it. You said that, let's say we had a gold bar,
Yeah.
and somebody sold 10 tokens against a gold bar when it was only supposed to be one.
Right.
So,
Right.
and then you said this way the state of New Hampshire would ensure that it was valid. Now, I do a little bit of gold trading.
Yeah. That was just an
And-
example of an asset that's in the real world,
Sure,
right?
and it could be
anything.
it could be a picture. I don't care what
Yeah,
it is.
Right.
Are we saying that the state is going to guarantee? Let's say it is gold, because it's very easy to
Yeah.
represent gold,
Right.
or even land. Are we saying that if some business sets up a stable coin kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
and they followed all of our laws and everything and how we come up with it, does that mean that the state of New Hampshire is going to guarantee that, in fact, by weight, because that's how gold is done, it's by weight to some number of milligrams or grams or whatever it is, that gold is physically there. I mean, that could be quite.
This would be up to the commission to decide, but the way I'm picturing it, and some other states are pursuing it, is the state would require that if you're going to issue a token backed by an asset, that you have to have regular audits done by, right? So the audits have to be done quarterly, monthly, whatever we set up.
And then the state would verify that, in fact,
As
the
long-
audits were done.
The state would maybe license or provide a permission to continue your operation as long as you're auditing on the real world side, and you're doing something called proof of reserves on the token side, because the blockchain is open. You can sum up where all of the token amounts and make sure that they match. In the banking world, it's called rehypothecation. So when you put money in the bank, they lend out 90% of it,
Sure, whatever.
right? So that's why a run on the bank is a problem. The bank doesn't have all the money. The money's other places, right? So that's called rehypothecation. In this situation, we wouldn't want that. We would
Right.
want one-to-one backing, and make sure that people aren't misrepresenting that your token is actual ownership over a set asset.
Follow on. It's just
Further
just
question.
a follow on. So what I'm understanding is, I just want to make it clear that we're not in the business of weighing these assets and running out the fields and making sure the land is exactly
Yeah,
what they
no,
said. We're
right.
just going to look at the auditing trail and make sure
Right.
that auditing trail exists and it's valid.
Exactly.
Right, and
We would set up the guidelines
Right.
in which we
Yes.
would allow that
Be Arthur Anderson or
that thing. So
KPMG
just
or
like
somebody like
we
that, yeah.
have the when it comes to the stock market, a publicly traded stock is regulated. There is an oversight in terms of they have to have audited financials, and they have to document their assets, and have to do stock reports and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the company could get wiped out.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and so that's the same thing with these. You really just think of these entities is that all you're doing is you are creating whatever the asset is. You're creating a company around it,
Yeah.
and that company have ownership of it is based upon tokens rather than stock issue.
I understood all that. I just didn't want us to be in the business of auditing and then being held responsible.
No,
if
we would
got
set up the
sued.
requirements that they would have to.
and maybe-
But at the end of the day, John Hunt's rule of licensure will probably kick in.
Of what?
John Hunt's rule of licensure. Why do we create licenses?
So
So that we can take them
cancel.
away.
So we can take them away.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe insurance is part of the requirement that we set, right? Maybe we require that.
In terms of would normally say is who is going to be responsible, whether it's a federal or state. But again, you're creating the structure is under the state law. So in terms of our securities, yes, our securities division it ensures that the company that's incorporated in New Hampshire lives up to it. Insurance is interesting because insurance there is no federal insurance regulations, in each state, individual state that the insurance company is domiciled in. That state's insurance department is their regulator, who regularly goes in and audits their numbers, and most importantly is solvency. Go in there and make sure that they're really solvent. So they got to prove the assets. And there was a court case where somebody, a famous, they call it Bitcoin crash, was because the person was using his tokens, and he was inventing a number of what he said the tokens were worth, but he had no structure. There was nothing behind to prove that those tokens were really worth anything. And so, and he went to jail. So at any rate,
Yeah.
so like I say, this is not totally unbelievable, but it's a good idea that the state of New Hampshire is to stay out in front of these new concepts and new technology. And yeah, it's like inviting a corporation to come to New Hampshire. We want them to incorporate in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
We don't want them to all go to Delaware. Okay, we got to stop that.
Right.
You know.
That's
It
right.
was North Dakota.
We don't
was
want
under-
them to go to Wyoming.
No, we don't want to go to Wyoming. But I always thought North Dakota was one of the other competitors in Delaware. But So, any rate,
This is a would you believe, not really a question. I would like to recommend to people on this committee, I think there are a lot of us who really don't have a solid understanding about Bitcoins and stable coins and all that. And there's really good information on YouTube. There's 98 Bitcoin. It's an educational videos you can watch, and I would highly recommend it so all of us are really up to speed.
So, yeah,
and certainly
Right.
Representative Ammon is a resource.
make sure you send out that link to all the members.
Okay, so Bitcoin, it's an amazing invention, and it's finding its way into lots of aspects of society. It's been running nonstop for 16 years. Like this is, it seems like a new thing, but it's been running nonstop for 16 years, and it's presidential candidates are talking about it. It's it's interesting.
Representative McAleer, and then
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chairman.
Gibbs.
Nobody has said this explicitly, but it seems to me that this is nothing more than another security that would be regulated on the state basis and the national basis by the Security Exchange Commission. And you'd have to
Well, in
register.
this case, it's going to be state. It would be a state.
Well, it would.
yeah,
Would you say?
Well,
exactly.
But it's
Feds would
it's
still have
an
to say.
asset. It's more like a commodity than a company, right? So like a gold bar doesn't have like a profit and loss, statements. It's just a commodity, and so a real world asset would be like land is not a security, right? It's
But I can securitize land, I can securitize anything.
Yeah.
And again, unless I'm totally out of it, this has got to be a security.
It is.
Okay.
It is in that sense. Okay, Representative Gibbs.
And thank you, Representative Ammon, for clarifying some of this for us. And just for clarity, one of the elements of the regulation, if such a regulation came forward, would be guardrails against the state having any risk of being held responsible if there were fraud.
I think, yeah, I agree with that. And the state has, it's pretty much, it doesn't have much liability. If the state's not engaged in the business, it wouldn't have liability. That's the way I would see it. But I agree that should be a consideration.
Okay, Representative Sharice. Again.
Thank you for taking a question. So, would you believe that we just heard about stock and securitization? A stock has value based on the profit the company either makes or the profit is going to make. So there is certain backing behind the value of the stock.
Yeah.
Similarly, a currency, for example, dollar or any currency is based on the GDP of the country. So everything is backed by the real asset, which is measured in terms of tangible assets.
The demand for the asset.
The question
terms
is
of
that
price, right?
how do you, what you're proposing, creating a digital asset and combining all the, assets like gold or whatever, all the assets, tag this along this proposed asset and proposed token. How do you determine the value of those underlying assets that you're going to bring through this token? What should be the
So the market does that. The market determines the value. As long as the token represents the actual share or portion of the asset, as long as that link is maintained, then the market will determine the value of the token. Does that make sense?
what would
Well, let me say to you is,
How does it not make sense?
be careful when we talk about the stock market because they say the stock market reflects not the current status of the company. It reflects what people think it's going to be in the future. You're betting on their future with that stock.
And I
value.
mentioned that, yeah.
But that the reality is that all they could do, they could the next day they could be hit with a major lawsuit, and throw the company into bankruptcy, even though the fundamental assets were all there, but that because they picked up that liability, all of a sudden, it's
But those are all measurable. Those parameters are all measurable based on that the stock is determined or the currency is determined. I'm having hard to understand how are you going to measure the value
So
of those underlying?
here's what I want to do now. Okay, is that I think we all pretty much have an idea what the proposal is.
Yeah.
We will take this up in our subcommittee,
Okay.
and we can certainly thrash it out in the subcommittee. But I would say to everybody, remind this is just a commission. Doesn't mean we're okaying it.
Right.
We're just creating a commission to see if it is possible to do something like this,
Thank
and
you.
what would be the parameters, and what would be the things that it need to have
And
to,
who would
to
the
give
experts
everybody
be
the
to
security.
participate in that?
Thank you very
right?
much.
Like,
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You very much. Chair's calls on the banking, New Hampshire Banking Department. Seth Saraki.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Seth Zaraki. I'm the General Counsel at the New Hampshire Banking Department. The Banking Department has no objection to this bill or to the establishment of the Commission on Stablecoin. If this bill does become law, we would welcome the opportunity to participate on the commission. The department doesn't have any other formal testimony today, but I'd be happy to field any questions that you may have.
I have a question.
Oh my God. Okay. Yes.
It's
Representative Herbert.
it's just for me the fundamental question is, are we talking about a currency or a commodity? What is I would like to see a legal answer determining where that this idea of tokenization, real world, fake. I don't know how to describe it. I'm worried about our currency, and I don't want it to be attached to something I think is quite volatile and not well established.
Okay. Stick to your question. You're worried about
I
how
would-
would
I-
this have an impact on our currency?
I would like to see
Is
an
it going to-
answer to this question
I'm
from
just
that
saying,
man.
but you just repeated yourself twice. I just want to say you got your question stated.
Do you understand? I'm
I
asking you.
understand exactly your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a good question, Representative. I think regulators at the federal level who regulate and handle the U.S. currency certainly have voiced concerns about that with respect to stablecoin and U.S. dollar-backed stablecoin, and I think that's one of the things that the commission would look at on this. Whether stablecoin is a commodity, a currency, a security, that would require the input of securities regulators, commodities regulators, which I am not. What I can say is the current regulatory framework was not drafted with stablecoin in mind, and that leads to uncertainty on the very questions that you are asking. And it's generally agreed that the United States would benefit from better stablecoin policy at both the state and federal level, and I think that's exactly what this commission appears to be intended to look at.
I want to know if it's a currency or not.
It is not a currency.
All right. If it's
It is not a
then we
currency.
have problems.
We've already been over this multiple times. It is not currency. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Charles Mooney, the Uniform Law Commission.
Thank you, Chair Hunt, Vice Chair Padusic, members of the committee. My name is Charles Mooney. I moved to New Hampshire a few years ago, from the University of Pennsylvania after I retired. And last year, I was appointed by Governor Sununu as a commissioner on uniform state laws for New Hampshire.
Mike, you have to
Sure.
move it close to you. Yeah.
Is that better? Sorry, I'm very sorry. I was appointed late last year by the governor as a commissioner on uniform state laws for New Hampshire. All 50 states have such commissioners. Many have more than one. And they come up with uniform laws that we present to the states and hope the states enact them. And several very fundamental laws in New Hampshire come out of this uniform state law process, including the Uniform Commercial Code, Uniform Partnership Act, Uniform Gift to Minors Act. There's a huge list of things New Hampshire has adopted. Although HB 310 is not a uniform law that came out of this process. It would be an excellent complement, I believe, to the new Article 12 of the UCC, which New Hampshire adopted a couple of years ago. Article 12 deals with the digital assets, the electronic record. But one thing it did not, does not, and could not deal with is any connection between that digital asset and a real world asset. Because that would involve the law of goods, of intangibles, of intellectual property, of real estate, of every kind of property. And so other law would govern that and how it's linked. And as Representative Ammon indicated, the core idea here is that a digital asset can be linked to a real world asset so that when you acquire on the internet the digital asset, it carries with it the ownership of the real world asset. One of the problems, of course, is if I were to invest in such a digital asset, hoping it carried with it a gold bar, for example, or anything else, how do I know it's there? Do I have a property interest in that underlying asset? Or do I just have a promise, like a demand deposit from a bank, a promise that if you ask me, I'll give it to you? But that's unsecured promise. These are issues that involve consumer protection, disclosure, and the core elements of what regulation of investing has to do. So I think this would very well complement what we have in Article 12. I listened carefully to the excellent questions from the members of the committee. And if I understand this correctly, I think this commission would be charged with answering those questions. They're not questions that this bill would answer, but the commission would be interested in protecting the rights of investors in New Hampshire and the rights of people who want to form businesses, such as with these tokens in New Hampshire. In the long run, it may well be that there will be federal regulation of these assets. It may or may not be good, and we may or may not like it, but there will normally be some room for state regulation. But more importantly, right now, we're not very close to having a very thorough federal regulation of these assets. I hope they make more progress in the next few years than we have in the past few years. But, you know, state law is a laboratory. It's an incubator. It's a place where people try things, experiment with the regulation, experiment with the private law, the property laws, and see whether it works or not. So I think this is a wonderful thing for New Hampshire to be doing, regardless of what happens on the federal level. You can look at the example of California and see there are many federal regulations which California has chosen to go further in terms of protecting people. That's also an area that New Hampshire might consider. So I think the questions are all good. I hope this commission could answer them in a good way, and I would certainly support it. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Oh, Representative Spear.
This is just asking your opinion, and based on the questions that we've had. A stable coin that is based on the US dollar, which there are some already out there, I could see a situation in which the US dollar becomes spread more prevalent than it even is based on these stable coins. That is, more people might end up having access to those dollars via the stable coins than what they actually have now. Is that something that could be envisioned?
Yes, I think it is. Just like investing in mutual funds, which are very different here because those are securities, allows investors access to things they otherwise might not have easy access to. But we think of a stable coin as being pegged to the dollar, but when you look at the ones that exist and have existed, there's a great variety. Some of them work, some of them don't. Some of them involve substantial risk, others don't. And this is exactly the kind of thing I think the commission would look into. What rules do we want to set down for people who say, if you buy this stable coin, you have rights in a dollar? Those are questions to be asked and answered. I hope that's responsive.
Roll. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will call on, make it the right bill, Michael Yamanchi. Also in support of the bill.
Good morning. My name is Michael Yamauchi. I live in Bedford, New Hampshire, and with my family. And my background is just a entrepreneur and investor. I used to own internet companies, and I saw the digital age blossom in 1994. Currently, I'm an investor in real estate in both San Francisco and New Hampshire. And in the last 4 or 5 years, this asset called crypto has caught my attention, and I want to let you know why. Everything that can be digitized, and it can be everything that you own can be digitized, and it can be proved that it can be proven instantly. And so we need the legal boundaries if we're going to do this, if we're going to take advantage of this technology. And this is why I support HB 310. I'll give you 2 quick examples. I received a tax refund check deposited in a local bank in Bedford not that long ago, and they told me that they have to put it on hold for 10 business days. I didn't really need the check, but there's a lot of people that do, and 10 business days is 2 weeks. I mean, why do we need to hold something for 10 weeks? Because a check has, a check has the proof of work on there. It has the bank account. It's got the account numbers, the bank name, and everything. And it should be able to be proved instantly, but it can't. It takes 2 weeks because even if they got the money, they want to hold on to the check until. So, anyways, you know what I'm saying, and so there's a lot of work to be improved there. Also, purchasing real estate, closing and selling real estate can be simplified much more efficiently. People who own timeshares can finally sell them if in an easy manner, where now, if you own a timeshare, you probably have to give it back. I mean, I have a friend who just gave back 2 timeshares because, they're not going to be able to sell it. Title companies can verify titles easily, and tenant leases can be placed on a blockchain, for example, to eliminate fake leases that squatters can use to illegally take over the property. So the benefits are endless, and we are just at the beginning, like it's 1994 in the internet age. So in closing, I'd like from cashing checks to high value transactions in any industry, a regulatory framework for crypto will benefit us immensely. So if you have any questions, if not, that's okay. Yes, sir.
Representative Herbert, go ahead.
With your background is interesting. What I stumble over is the fact that can the dollar be so used in that fashion? I mean, if it's a digital network, I almost would have no problem just saying it's dollars. I don't understand why we have to say it's crypto or Bitcoin or some other thing. So the advantages you ticked off to me, I think are distributional. They're part of a process, a digital process that may be more sophisticated. But my question to you is, why can't it be done for the dollar?
Because the dollar doesn't change in value.
I
The dollar's the
Well,
dollar.
I just might state my opinion in terms of the dollar. You want to protect the dollar. In my opinion, all you have to do is just legislate that things like Tether or altcoins, stable coins, are a certain amount invested in the U.S. dollar. Whatever you hold in cash, you invest it in the treasuries, or something like that, and you're backing the dollar instantly right there. And every nation will use. I don't want to speak for the banking industry or anything, but every nation is going to use their own currency. But when you do it in the U.S., you can set a certain amount of purchases that you're holding in cash, just in treasuries, that they're going to make money, and I think it's a fantastic way to back up the dollar. It's actually, I used to think of it your way, Representative Herbert, but I think it actually is going to benefit the dollar rather than hurt it right now. You're going to get a lot more people investing in the dollar, in my opinion.
Close, but not quite.
Representative Salvi.
Okay.
Okay, if you're still willing to take a question, sorry. Now you need to have your mic on, yep.
Thank you for taking my chairman. My question is basically, see now when I sell the real estate, I get the check in my bank, okay? Everybody's comfortable with that. If I'm going to get the Bitcoin, okay, I don't even know as of now, or I cannot visualize what the value will be and how I can sell it and what's there in the market, okay? As a usual normal investor, I'm an entrepreneur. I know IT very well. I understand the process. I'm not against the Bitcoin, but things are not clear to me. I don't know how things will be clear to my constituents or my voters. That I don't know. Banks also saying that they are going to support it. State is saying they will support down the line for the commission right now. So all the big players are saying yes down the line. How average person will take this transaction, and they might get more confused, or they need to do a lot of learning in that area. How my resident will get benefit out of it rather than putting some kind of a more complexity in their day-to-day life.
So let me answer this question. So here's the key thing. We're going to have a subcommittee. And in that subcommittee, we have the duties of this commission. So your question, we can put in as the duty of the commission to resolve, is to give you the answer to that question. He can't give it to you. This document, if we pass this commission, you're free to add all these really good questions and make sure that the commission's report defines and explains how this will benefit your constituents. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, got no more cards. Close the public hearing. We're running behind, so we'll start right in on HB 302.
All right.
Okay.
Welcome. Thank you for welcoming me back to the Spanish Inquisition. For the record, my name is Keith Ammon, Hillsborough, District 42, New Boston, Mount Vernon, and Lineborough. Two disclaimers: I do own digital assets, and I'm the chair of the New Hampshire Blockchain Council, which is a nonprofit volunteer organization. So I'm introducing House Bill 302. Relative to enabling the state treasury to invest in precious metals and digital assets. So we spoke about tokenization for quite a while there. This bill, the simplified version of this bill, there's a statute that enables the treasurer to invest in certain things. There's a list of approved assets. So this would add basically precious metals and digital assets above a certain market cap to that list. And the easiest way to do it would be through an ETF. So it would basically, instead of custodying gold bars in a vault somewhere, you would let a financial institution, you'd purchase shares of their ETF that are gold backed, right? So that's similar to tokenization. The reason that you would want to do this, we've all experienced inflation. The inflation numbers just came out this morning, 3% inflation still currently. So over a period of many years, inflation eats away at the purchasing power of the dollar. This is my opinion. This is how I'm thinking about this issue. Our federal government is $36 trillion in debt and growing, and bouncing from crisis to crisis. Every time a crisis happens, they flood the zone with more money, and that causes inflation. If you have more dollars chasing the same amount of goods, in dollar terms, the price goes up, right? And so this would allow our state treasurer to potentially insulate some of our reserves from inflation, protecting the value of our taxpayers' money. We started talking, we were talking last year about this. We talked about gold in a different bill last year. So gold was $2,000 an ounce a year ago, and it's currently trading at about $26.50. So that's a 33% increase in dollar terms. We were talking about Bitcoin last year. It was $43,000 last year, and today it's about $97,000. So that's 125% year over year. Now, past performance doesn't predict future results, but on a long time frame, because precious metals and especially Bitcoin, it's a scarce asset. So gold, you have to dig it out of the ground with bulldozers and equipment and energy and machines to get more gold, right? So that limits the supply. And Bitcoin is mined at a fixed rate. So over a long enough time period, you can protect your purchasing power as long as you're willing to withstand some volatility day to day, and the treasurer would have to account for that. But on a long time scale, both of those vehicles help protect your dollar from eroding, because it's been the history of our federal government. They're not managing our money supply correctly. We're still at 3% inflation. That's over a 10-year period. That eats away at your purchasing power. In the last few years, we've lost 25-30% of the value of the dollar. You can see that when you go to a drive-through window and you pay $15 for a burger and fries. That's inflation. So that's what this bill would do. It would give the treasurer 2 more tools in the toolbox. It's enabling. It's not a mandate. And with that, I'll answer any questions. I'll answer a few questions.
Question.
Okay. Let's see. We want to start. We'll start with Representative Sullivan.
Thanks for taking my question. So I'm just kind of curious. Right now, are the only tools that they have are bonds, or what, or bonds and cash, or CDs, or what are they using now? Do you know?
So we actually met with the treasurer yesterday, and she provided me a piece of paper that lists the assets, and I forgot to bring it, so I can't name it off the top of my head, but it's in statute. It's in RSA 6. If you have your laptop, you can pull up RSA 6 and see.
I don't have one.
The
I'll
list.
check it out.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
RSA 6, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Follow up.
Further question.
So I guess, I hear you with respect to, and I actually share your concerns. We haven't done a great job with managing our money supply. So I hear what you're saying, but do you have any concerns that things like if we start going into digital coins, like that seems like something that has a pretty low barrier to entry. So while Bitcoin itself might have a fixed number, there's like 1,000 other coins out there, and so you can keep, and presumably it's just like, if you're buying gold just to hold the value, right? Well, that's also impacted because there are substitutes, maybe not perfect substitutes, but there are substitutes like silver or platinum or copper or whatever, right? And so, though the movements of those precious metals do impact the prices of other precious metals. It seems to me if we enable the Treasury to buy various tokens as they come out or digital currencies, it seems like that the potential for them to be diluted is pretty high, particularly when right now we don't have a regulatory environment nationally or at the local level to deal with that. That's the part of this bill that concerns me.
All right, I can answer that part if you want.
Okay, sure.
So in the bill, there's a limit on, just trying to find it here with my glasses here. There's a limit on market capitalization of digital assets, and it sets it at $500 billion, which is half a trillion. So anything below 500, half of a trillion average market cap the previous year would be off limits. And so
That's
that
sort of your-
see what I
that's
mean?
your check.
That's the check, yeah.
Uh-huh.
On and I doubt the treasurer would want to invest in meme coins. There's all kinds of meme coins, and that's crazy speculation. So those would all be prohibited from being invested in.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm all set.
Okay, Representative McAleer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know this, but to me, these are type of assets that belong in a long-term investment. How much long-term money does the state treasury have? Do they hold part of our pension
Yeah, that's
funds?
a good. So I actually learned about that yesterday meeting with the treasurer. So they have an operating budget that's all short term.
Yep.
We have the rainy day fund that fluctuates in value. There might be some long term possibility with a very small amount. What we're talking about is 1%, 0.5%, 2% max, right? It's a very small amount.
Does the state do
And
any
so-
investing in a pension?
So
In the
that,
state
that
pension?
that's where I was going. That's what we were told yesterday,
Yep.
that there are, pensions have to have 20-year horizons,
Yep,
right?
yep,
So
that's
and
what
that would
it's
probably be an area that they could invest in. So
I have a question.
Representative Herbert.
Would you believe that the dollar is the strongest currency on the planet?
yeah.
Would you believe that
believe
when people say
Further question.
Further question. Would you believe that when you say the dollar is being devalued, would you believe the Treasury has never lost or defaulted on the Treasury securities? And we bought our first Treasury security in 1791.
What was the
So there's-
security?
It was a treasury.
Oh.
So my point I'm trying to make
Yeah.
is that when you start talking about debt and it's out of control and that sort of thing, you are not really understanding a currency.
I think I
and-
am. I think I
Ouch.
do understand it. And
The dollar's value does the dollar. By the way, the
So
dollar.
we're really not discussing
Yeah.
the value of the dollar. That
No.
is not what this bill is about. Okay. So let's just kind of stick to the focus is, do we want to give the state treasurer the power to invest in a different kind of product than what she has historically been able to do?
it's another tool in the toolbox.
It's just another vehicle.
Big financial firms like BlackRock, I mean, I just rattling off the top of my head, they suggest a 2% allocation in Bitcoin for every portfolio because it's a new asset class. So it helps to balance out the risk of your entire portfolio. It's you're diversifying your portfolio, right? So that's the idea.
BlackRock is a huge Bitcoin owner.
Yeah, and so is Fidelity.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, all right, Representative Teresa. Yes, Representative Teresa.
So thank you for taking my question. You stated in your presentation the bright side of Bitcoin going from 40,000 to 100,000 in 1 year. But I'm sure you're aware that just a year ago, in 2022, it also fell down from 60,000 to less than 17,000,
Yeah.
losing almost 3/4 of the value. Would you believe that adding that kind of security to hedge the risk, is it really hedging the risk or is it really creating more risk for the funds,
Well, you're
or
always
retirement funds?
There's always risk in an investment. If you look back at 10 years, and I will not, I totally disagree. I totally agree with you that there is volatility in digital assets. That's 100%.
Especially because you
But wait a second.
I'm
So
further
is
question-
the stock market.
Yeah.
No, but
Okay,
further
Johnson
question.
and Johnson was like the one of the hottest stocks around until someone
So,
decided
excuse
their
me.
baby powder was bad.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. My follow question that because the main subject was hedging the risk, you
Yeah.
wanted to add to hedge the risk, but here the risk is more risky than the normal assets or asset classes. It's much more riskier. So why do you want to add a much riskier asset to hedge the risk itself? That was the main concern.
Fair enough. Good
Honestly,
question.
Yeah.
Good question. Why would you want to add that to your portfolio?
So it's an uncorrelated asset. So as the stock market goes down, there's potential for Bitcoin to go up, right? And it's not guaranteed by any means, but that's why you'd want to have different asset classes in a portfolio. This is just enabling. This is not a prescriptive bill. This is just, here's a tool, you can use it if you want to the state treasurer. So that's all this bill does.
Again, just
Further
a quick follow-
question you may inquire.
Yeah, further question. Well, I did not still, I mean, would you believe that I still didn't get an answer that I understand that you want to have different instruments for trading or for investment,
Yep.
but because your objective is to safeguard the investment and also to hedge the risk itself, reduce the risk itself. So the concern that I have, I mean, would you believe that adding such much riskier asset, which can lose just 3/4 value within a year, and nobody understands why, and can gain 3/4 times value in another year, adding that kind of asset to a fund to really reduce the risk itself. The objective, I mean,
Yeah.
investment is one thing, but
Right.
your objective of reducing the risk, hedging, and adding a riskier product doesn't really vibe with me.
Fair enough.
All
That's
right,
a
I believe
personal
that.
opinion.
Yeah.
That's, that's what you believe.
What do you believe? Yeah.
What you believe? Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, it's a little complex, but it has to do with what Bitcoin is backed by. Okay. When you have a dollar, inflation notwithstanding, you have something that's backed by the full faith and credit of the United States. Let me finish my question. When you invest in gold, you have something which is backed by a gold bar. When you invest in the stock market, you have something which is backed by an actual company. Now, none of this is risk-free. I'm not claiming that it is. The dollar may be subject to inflation. Stocks may go up or down, so may the price of gold. But my question is, what is Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency? What are they backed by?
So it's backed by Bitcoin with its proof of work consensus algorithm. That's footnote. Talk about that later. It's backed by energy and it's backed by mathematics. That's what backs Bitcoin. Energy and mathematics.
Follow-up question?
Well, here's the point. At the end of the day, if the state treasurer is got to stand up and say that the investment is legitimate, and you know who the regulator in that case is? The bonding companies. They're not going to, we want to maintain our AAA bonding or AA plus, whatever we are in New Hampshire. He is not going to put something in her portfolio, in our portfolio, that bonding company is going to say is that's too risky. And so therefore, there are plenty of governors to ensure that the state treasurer won't buy a sketchy Bitcoin asset. That they're, all they're saying is if time change, right? We're talking about going to the future now. If there's a point in time that there will be a commodity, maybe after this commission and years after this commission, they'll create one is a very viable entity. Then why would we want to bar the treasurer from putting that in our state portfolio if she knows full well, or she or he or whoever it will be then, knows full well that this would be a benefit to the state?
May I ask a follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. So essentially, Bitcoin is backed by an algorithm.
Yeah, in a way you could put it that way. Sure. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay.
And this is just a conversation, right? This, every piece of legislation is just a conversation, and we can, set safeguards on this or not do it at all, right? This is just presenting an idea, and right now it limits it to 10%. That's probably too high. 10% of assets. We can make that lower. So,
Right.
Always open to helpful, amendments.
One little question? Yes, one little question.
I have a little question. I've spent some time talking to the treasurer in the past on other bills, and she seemed kind of conservative. So when you
Yeah.
talked to her about this, did she start throwing darts at you or anything?
I thought she would laugh us out of her office, and she was very hospitable and inviting. And I won't, I don't want to represent what our
No, of course
conversation
not.
was, but
she
I
didn't
came
stick
away
you
with
with a needle.
no, I came away that she was curious about it. So that
That's
was my
good.
perception.
After all, we do elect her.
Well, maybe
Some
she-
sort of.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Chair will call on Tom McCarthy. Yeah, you have to hit the little button there because red is green here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and representatives of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in favor of House Bill 302, which would allow the state of New Hampshire to invest and hold precious metals and digital assets such as Bitcoin and stablecoins. My name is Thomas McCarthy, and I live in Northern Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. I work for Satoshi Action Fund. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to promoting education and advocacy for Bitcoin and digital assets at the state level. We have supported Bitcoin and digital asset legislation that has passed in multiple states, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with all of you today. Critical responsibility of the state and of New Hampshire is to safeguard the value of public funds that provide essential services to New Hampshire residents. We believe HB 302 will provide New Hampshire with more tools to achieve these goals. Since Bitcoin was first regulated by the Commodities Future Trading Commission in 2018, its adoption and utility as a financial asset has expanded significantly, leading to a dramatic increase in its price. Over this same period, the purchasing power of dollars held by New Hampshire has been steadily eroded due to inflation by approximately 25%. Even bond strategies have not been immune, since investing in treasury bonds would have still seen a decrease in value by approximately 10%. However, just a small allocation into Bitcoin could have offset these losses, and you could have seen all this information in the chart provided. This troubling trend underscores the important need for new financial strategies in the Treasurer's toolbox and to protect the purchasing power of funds entrusted to New Hampshire by its residents. Last year, Utah passed HB 348, which allows the state treasurer in Utah to invest in precious metals. Building on this progress, Satoshi Action Fund is working with those bill sponsors to increase the scope of the legislation to include high-quality digital assets such as Bitcoin. We are waiting and expect this legislative update to be introduced shortly. Other states are following suit. North Dakota heard this legislation yesterday, and we expect Oklahoma, Kansas, Iowa, Montana, Utah, Wyoming, and others to introduce similar legislation. One concern we have heard is how the state of New Hampshire would safeguard its digital asset holdings and custody and provide secure custody solutions to ensure that digital assets acquired are protected. So we are proposing that these assets are protected by robust technological and governance frameworks. The legislation stipulates that stringent requirements are enhanced, and these options can include either implementing state-of-the-art secure custody technology or partnering with federal and state banks that hold highly regulated exchange-traded products. Additionally, the bill requires the investments be limited to digital assets with a market capitalization of over $500 billion, which ensures that only the most established and stable digital assets are considered. Currently, only Bitcoin meets this requirement. Under the legislation, stablecoins must be backed by US dollars or short-term government bonds and are subject to US regulatory oversight, ensuring the stability and reliability. The economic challenges over the past few years have underscored the importance of proactive and adaptive policy making. States that fail to modernize their investment strategies risk falling behind and losing their purchasing power to inflation. HB 302 provides New Hampshire with the tools it needs to stay ahead protect the services provided by the state, and serve as a model for other states seeking to navigate the challenging financial landscape. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Okay, we are going to have a subcommittee on this bill. Okay? You really need to ask this question, Representatives? Okay. Well, I just want you to know we're going to be cutting into lunch pretty soon here because we're way behind. Go
I'll
ahead.
make it quick. You said that currencies such as Bitcoin could be subject to heavy regulation. Are they currently subject to regulation, state or federal?
So the answer to your question, thank you for your question, Representative. Yes, though they are regulated at the state level. This is a common misconception when people say digital assets are not regulated. They're regulated at the state level. Here in DC, where I currently reside, they're working on federal legislation. Also, a point of clarification, Bitcoin is money. It's not currency. Currency is different from money. Currency can be used as money. And then also to your question in the previous with Representative Ammon, I wanted to answer to say that Bitcoin is backed by math, code, and open source software.
Okay. Yes, Representative Streisand.
Thank you for any question. I'll be quick. I just want to, would you believe that the financial crisis of 2008 had happened because of investing in riskier, or people didn't understand those instruments like CDOs, which are a lot of complex algorithms which normal public and even a lot of banks and a lot of financial wizards didn't understand much. Now, you're proposing introducing this in the Treasury. Would you believe that that's going to make the Treasury more riskier rather than safeguarding it?
So, from my understanding, and again, I don't come from a finance background, but one of the issues that led to the 2008 banking crisis is that the banks didn't know who was their counterparty. And so one of the key aspects of blockchain technology is you can know who owns what when. Now, I do not believe adding Bitcoin into this to the state's balance sheet will increase risk simply because at the end of the day, the market is the ultimate referee. And over the last 10 years, over the last decade, Bitcoin has been the best performing asset. And what I mean by that is that it's like, sure, maybe an exotic car or a fine art painting would have increased its value more so than Bitcoin. But we're here talking about a widely available asset that's available to be purchased by, the common person as well as states. And there's been no other asset that someone can point me to that has outperformed Bitcoin over the last decade.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Right. Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you very much for letting me ask the question. Thank you for your expertise. So you mentioned that there is legislation pending in many different states, and I'm assuming that you were aware of what they're proposing. And in reading this bill, do you have any recommendations for maybe updates or something that we would want to think about for an amendment? Or did you think this bill is similar to what other states are passing?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. So truthfully, what I really like about this bill, and as Representative Ammon has said before, all it is really enabling. And so, and even in our conversations with multiple state treasurers, what we really want to do is lay the groundwork so that we don't expect a decision to be made to purchase Bitcoin immediately. It's going to take time, and it seems like a lot of people here are interested in learning. I'm always happy to explain and answer questions. So essentially for me, I think this is a really good stepping stone so that, should 1-2 years down in the future, once everyone starts to become comfortable and are ready to make the purchase and allocate 1 or 2% into Bitcoin, the legwork and the groundwork has already been done, and that you no longer have to, waste more time to allocate more into Bitcoin. Because the last thing I'll say is, I think a lot of people didn't expect Bitcoin to ever reach 100,000, and I fully expect this asset class to be worth in the millions in the future. When? I can't tell you, but, I think it'd be prudent to ensure that, the residents of New Hampshire have access to the best performing asset class over the last decade.
Great. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you.
Chair will call on Michael Yamauchi. Yeah. Yamauchi.
Yamauchi. Thank you.
Yamauchi. Uchi. That's a U, not an N. Okay. Yamauchi.
Sorry.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if I should pass this out, but I just did a little spreadsheet, and I have about eight copies. Would you like?
Why don't you save that for the subcommittee
Okay.
next week?
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Yamauchi. I live in Bedford, New Hampshire with my family, and I have 2 kids and a wife, by the way. My background, again, is an entrepreneur and investor, and I appreciate living in one of the freest states in the country. I support HB 302 because it's important that New Hampshire safeguard itself from debt and inflation. That's kind of how I see it. I'm not trying to be political or anything. And I know Representative Ammon is one of the sponsors of this bill. I don't know him very well. I only met him once before, just as only talked about this once before, and I'll tell you how. New Hampshire has about 10 billion in debt, if I get that correctly. I'm not trying to sound critical or anything. It has about 10 billion in debt as far as I know, and there's approximately 1.4 million people here since 2023. I could have that wrong, but let's say about one. That's about $7,000 of debt per person. Family of 4 like me is about $28,000. So I was just thinking, how can a person like me, a family person, I just take care of my family. That's all I do. I'm not political. I just want to take care of my family. How can how can we deal with this? And I just came to a thought of creating a Bitcoin strategic reserve for the state. So I contacted my local state senator. I just sent her an email, a friend of mine, and she introduced me to Representative Keith Ammon. So he told me about Bill 302, and that's how I come to know it. And I thought it was a fantastic idea, especially because it's much more diverse. It's a diverse fund. It would be a diverse fund of assets than simply holding Bitcoin. I mean, you can do gold and silver. And as an investor, I'm doing all of that on a personal basis. So some experts say that Bitcoin has grown 60% since its inception. I know it goes up and down, but good investments, just like the internet stocks, were very volatile. Google was very volatile in the beginning. So some others say when it stabilizes, Bitcoin can grow 30% a year. And I just want to present a spreadsheet. You can all look at it later. I just want to see what a 20-year chart might look like. It's just speculation, but I just want to see what it might look like in 20 years. And so I would say that I'm not a financial expert. This is not financial advice, and I can't guarantee any of these numbers. But if the general fund, which is, I heard something like 250 million, if it invested, invested a partial amount in there, and we're looking at right now, and I didn't discuss any of this, these numbers, these kind of inflation rates with Representative Ammon. It just happens to be by coincidence. If we're running at around 5 to 10%, which owning real estate here in the state, I've seen prices almost double in the last 5-7 years. So real rate of inflation at 5 to 10% there. The fund is theoretically $250 million general fund for the state. You're losing $25 billion a year in real purchasing power. So in short, HB 302 makes a lot of sense, and I ask you to support it, especially because it has a chance to make the state very wealthy on the positive side. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
I think we're all questioned out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have one more card left. Nicholas Haney or Slaney. Is that an H? Haney?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, my handwriting isn't very good, but it's Nicholas Slaney.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Good morning to the Chair and to the committee. My name is Nicholas Slaney, and I'm from Hopkinton. I'm an engineer by trade. I've been a Bitcoiner since 2013 and have had the opportunity in the last couple of years to build a business on Bitcoin at Block. I was also selected to serve as an expert on the recent Commission on Digital Assets for the Governor with Representative Ammon. Bitcoin was created to provide a truly neutral money for the world that anyone can use. Being truly neutral means that no one, including our own government, can control Bitcoin, and that is nearly impossible to change. But I don't think Bitcoin is against our state's interests. The best governments in the world adopt Bitcoin, and I want my home state of New Hampshire to be an early adopter in that group. Why? Consider this. Technology is a lever, a tool. With every new invention, humanity gets bigger levers. Take the written word, for example. What used to be done with large machines like printing presses can now be done by tweets with finger taps. Similarly, in the field of wiretapping, what used to take specialized equipment, switchboard access, and most notably a warrant, now is trivial and widespread, to the point where the FBI advises the use of end-to-end encryption for communications. In the case of money, we are at a fork in the road. The technology is here, and the quadrillion-dollar question is who gets to use the lever? The impact of our path is outsized, because with the technology we have now, removing the ability for someone to buy groceries could, like a tweet, just require a finger tap. If our adversaries are Russia and China, our government should lean as far as possible towards things that give us advantage over them. Freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of money all lead to technological innovation and ultimately bigger levers. Open systems like Bitcoin are part of our advantage over our adversaries. I would like to see my government adopt this technology before our enemies do. So for the committee, here are the 3 reasons to go forward with House Bill 302. Bitcoin is wholly aligned with the state of New Hampshire's values. Holding Bitcoin is actively choosing the path of freedom over total control. Being an early adopter relative to our peers nationally and internationally is a great advantage for the citizens of New Hampshire. And aligning our state with the vision of an open future puts our state in a position to be a leader going into the future. I don't think the alternative is something anyone in the state wants. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Guess we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Having no more cards, I will close the public hearing. This is 359, so 302. Okay, Representative Pendenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Kelly Potenza. I represent Stratford District 19. I've been posting about this for the last couple days. I really believe that people need to learn the truth and prepare. Gold and silver, platinum, sure, we could do that. I think that thinking about how it would be stored and all of those types of things creates some issues. But Bitcoin, hard no. It's also unconstitutional. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 is clear. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque or reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts. We should all know that because we took an oath to both the New Hampshire and the U.S. Constitution. I believe it's an absolutely ludicrous idea. I've got no issue with the idea of government holding Bitcoin assets they've seized to be sold off either small portions at a time or utilized in situations where Bitcoin assets could be used in some kind of law enforcement sting operation. But the idea that we'd put tax revenue into acquiring more of a very volatile asset that has no obvious day-to-day use feels more like economic gamesmanship versus a logical strategic move. Oil, we can understand reserves, as well as food, ammunition, etc. If Bitcoin actually had succeeded in its initial aim of becoming a digital fiat currency, there would be some logic to it. But with the absurd price points per coin these days, it's just become another tool for investment and speculation. The elite powers try to destroy everything that's money related, that is truly private, meaning not underneath government, World Bank, CBDC tethers, aka any peer-to-peer electronic cash systems with their own economies. This is done through delistings, censoring, banning of accounts, and price suppression. They know people can have money freedom only by private means backed by legit money, not paper. So this is a big, huge news. It's happening, of course, on a national level. But I think everybody, especially if you have a subcommittee, you should all probably buy the book, and I'll buy it for you. It's called Hijacking Bitcoin. So El Salvador's Bitcoin experiment has failed. The Shiva wallet is going to be shut down. El Salvador now has to collect taxes in the US dollar. Bitcoin is effectively no longer legal tender. And the IMF, which is the International Monetary Fund, had to bail out the country. Tether and Bitcoin strategic reserve could possibly become the most significant financial fraud in U.S. history. Bitcoin and Tether need to be exposed before the U.S. taxpayer gets the rug pulled out from underneath them. And I also believe that all politicians that are proposing state reserves throughout this country should have all of their personal conflicts examined. So I strongly oppose this bill unless it was amended to just include gold and silver, platinum, and that's where I stand.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, would you take a question? Representative Post.
Could you give me a copy of that, please?
Yes, I will
Thank
email it to you.
Couldn't write very fast. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Having no more cards, I will now close the public hearing on 302. And we'll get into our last, but certainly not our least. Okay. It's sponsored, Representative Gordon, I'm not sure I have a card from you, but I know you're here. Representative Cochran. Representative Corcoran. Can she hear me? Am I got the right place?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know, Representative Corcoran. Is there a Representative Corcoran? Is the sponsor in the room?
Is Representative Corcoran in the room? I guess I thought it was. It was not. It's not her.
Then we can't do anything.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I don't see Belcher. I don't see Barry. You're doing. You want right?
You want me to introduce it?
No, that's all right. You know what? You want to introduce it? No, Patusik wants to do it. Okay, right. No. Is there anybody in the room in support of this bill?
Which bill?
359.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Killing me. Yes.
This looks vaguely familiar to a bill that came before us maybe 1 or 2 sessions ago, which we soundly defeated. Thank you.
Okay. So, okay. So I just need someone to. You want to just go in and open the bill because I know that's what people want me to do. All right, so we will make it to lunch after all.
Disclaimer. As vice chair, this is one of my duties. Representative Patusik introducing House Bill 359 for Representative Corcoran from Hillsborough 28, prohibiting denial of banking and insurance services based on any factor that is not quantitative, impartial, and risk-based as measured by an objective standard.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll start. All right, so emphasize to everyone in the room here, okay? So everybody's in opposition. We got it clear that we don't have anybody here who wants to speak towards this bill. So I would say, please keep your testimony to 2 minutes, Ryan, not 5 to 7 minutes. Okay, let's just see if we can get through this, because I think the committee, most of the committee, obviously new members, this is a new issue, but for the members of the committee, we've been down this path before. Okay, so Alexandra Sarkowski from the New Hampshire Department of Justice, which I apologize, you looked like Representative Corcoran to me all the way back here. And I go, no, I think they're the right person. So I would just say, if you had you had a badge on here, I would have known that you haven't got a badge yet. Okay, good. So tell them that you were reprimanded, but no, it's just tell them that if you had a badge, then you would not be confused with a member of the House. So, good afternoon. Morning.
Alexandra Cisnowski, Assistant Attorney General with the New Hampshire DOJ and the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau. I am here primarily regarding the two provisions that make a violation of this act an unfair or deceptive act or practice under the Consumer Protection Act, RSA 358A. There is an exemption under RSA 358.3.1 that exempts from our statute trade or commerce under the jurisdiction of banking or insurance. So we would be unable to enforce this. So.
I have to admit, as the architect of that statute, is I was wondering why it was in here, and now I know.
So here we are.
Yeah. Great. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Okay. Next up, the New Hampshire Bankers Association. Yes, I see you, the two of you. Oh, the Banker Commission's here. I didn't see your card. Sorry. What's that? Okay, no, but it's fine. Come on up. Yeah, no, we would only honor the commissioner over lobbyists.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Amelia Galdieri, Bank Commissioner for the state of New Hampshire. With me is General Counsel Seth Zaracki. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on this bill. We're going to keep it real short because this is very similar to a bill that came before you. I think last session or maybe the session before it. My testimony is largely the same. The only addition that I would point out from the start is that we did not get a fiscal note request for this bill. And I do believe that if we were to have to enforce this bill or the text of this bill, we would need probably an attorney as well as a financial examiner. I would anticipate an increased volume of complaints that we would have to process. And it would probably take that amount of staff to do that because this is something totally new. We would have a lot of issues to work out with it. So that would be a difference from, I believe, the last time we got a fiscal note request. So that's one thing. And then we have a myriad of enforceability issues that I'm happy to go through at a subcommittee on this if necessary. But I don't want to belabor it. So if you would like to hear those, I can go through them, but happy to.
Well, I guess,
say
how often you've had complaints?
never.
So
Not on this
you've never
topic.
heard on this subject matter.
No.
No one's ever called up and said, I get.
No, but sometimes when laws like this, if it were to pass, I would anticipate some confusion. And generally confusion generates calls and inquiries and complaints from consumers. So we've had nothing to date. Additionally, this bill seems to encompass national banks, which we don't have jurisdiction over.
Anyways. Yeah.
I think it would probably create conflicts with several federal laws that banks have to comply with that we do examine for, such as Bank Secrecy Act, countering the finance of terrorism, anti-money laundering laws. I think that's
Right. And notwithstanding the
just a
fact
handful.
that there's an actual exemption under the Consumer Protection Statute. So that you're just because did it refer to your statute?
It's in our
'Cause I see-
statute, so they're putting it into our. That's
358A. No, three, yeah, three.
No,
383A.
383A is our statute.
Okay, so the AG.
And we do, so we can investigate unfair and deceptive acts.
Right. No, I know you have that section.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think, I don't know.
That's the
It's a
whole
bit
reason why
conf-
we exempted you from three.
Correct.
Just because you already had your own separate.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the committee members? Representative Post.
Can I just get a card from you? Of course, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, Ryan and Rob.
I promise it will not be 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay.
And I will not be reading
I will hold you to it.
my testimony.
Good.
Chairman Hunt, Vice Chairman Patusik, honorable members of the House Commerce Consumer Affairs Committee. For the record, my name is Ryan Hale, Vice President of Government Relations for New Hampshire Bankers Association. Alongside with me, I have Rob Dietl, our General Counsel from the Gallagher, Callahan and Control law firm here in Concord. As you've heard, this is very similar to past two proposals that this committee has heard. Just like those past two proposals, we were in strong opposition to those, and I'll just highlight the reasons why. I've passed around my testimony, which will elaborate on these reasons, but I'll just start with it's a violation of the free market principles. It's unnecessary and duplicative. It creates a scenario where banks would be guilty until proven innocent, and there are scenarios where it would be very difficult for them to prove their innocence. It would erode risk-based decision making, increases regulatory and legal uncertainty, and there's several unintended consequences for consumers, including but not limited to potential of limiting banking opportunities due to the impact that this potentially could have on smaller banks that would just decide to leave the market. So with that, I will conclude my brief testimony and open it up for any questions committee members may have, or if there's anything Rob would like to add.
I'll just say that I'll second what Commissioner Galdieri said in terms of the concerns of reconciling this with national and banks and federal law.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Beautiful. Okay, we got through banking. Now we'll do insurance. George Russo's representing domestic insurance companies. And he will not take 5 minutes.
Might need it a little longer than that.
Right. Yeah, right. Well, since you wrote half of them, I don't think you really need to read them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm happy to be here still this morning, and I will be very brief. I'm here on behalf of two clients. One is the New Hampshire Association of Domestic Insurance Companies, and the second is the American Property and Casualty Insurance Association. Together, they represent companies that write most of the property casualty insurance business in the state of New Hampshire. I did bring these books along to take an exciting journey through. These are the insurance statutes. That there are 36 of these volumes, and 2 of them are devoted to insurance and insurance regulation. The point being that the behaviors that are described in this bill, most of them that would not be allowed and are not engaged in by insurance companies. They're prohibited under existing statutes. And some of them are behaviors that the way they are written would prohibit underwriting activity that is important to insurance companies and that benefits the public because of the way it's drafted. So I'm happy to leave it at that, Mr. Chairman, and answer any questions. Thank you. All right.
You really impressed everybody this time. All right. He is in opposition to the bill, correct. Okay, so then we have Kirsten Schultz from State Farm.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Kirsten Schultz. I'm here with my colleague Jim Hatem, and we're here on behalf of State Farm Insurance Companies. They are one of the leading writers of auto and home insurance in the United States and here in New Hampshire. We would like to respectfully note our opposition to HB 359 as drafted. And very briefly, New Hampshire has a healthy market for homeowners and auto insurance as it is. What works best for a healthy market is that insurance is readily available and affordable, and underwriting freedom is key to the availability and affordability of insurance. This bill appears intended to restrict those freedoms, and that would most likely pass along the risks relating to protected classes under this bill to other consumers. And insurance companies, we think, do best in contributing to the healthy market environment when they're able to price risk appropriately in their premiums. And when we start crossing off of the list some things that they're allowed to consider or not, we need to be really careful about that. And so at a high level, those are our reasons for opposing the bill. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael McLaughlin representing Allstate Insurance.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Michael McLaughlin. I represent Allstate New Hampshire, actually the Allstate Insurance Company in New Hampshire, Maine, and Vermont. I'd just like to briefly reiterate some of the remarks the people have made. And as George showed with this analog display of the highly regulated industry, the industry has been regulated and has the opportunity to self-regulate itself through the Department of Insurance. The Representative Hunt, in his past efforts, created the ability for the insurance department to actually fine insurers for misconduct. And as you saw earlier, the industry opposes because we're already highly regulated. There's nothing in this bill that isn't covered today by the insurance department. So as you look at the bill, it provides nothing that's not already in place. And we oppose the bill, and we thank you for your time and effort, and hope you all have a great session.
Thank you very much, Mike. Okay, and last but not least is Michelle Vesey from NHBSR. I'm not sure I know what NHBSR is.
Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. It is New Hampshire Businesses for Social Responsibility. We're over 250 businesses throughout New Hampshire that are focused on sustainable business practices. We are here to share our opposition to the bill because we feel that it limits businesses and their ability to be able to make sound financial decisions. And so we hope that you will also feel the same way. And beyond that, I don't think I need to elaborate any further.
So are you like representing B Corps or?
Yes, many of our members are B Corps.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Somehow pink cards disappeared. So come on up and fill out another one.
Is it this?
No, that's no.
I can redo the pink card.
We got everybody here. It's who knows.
It's all good. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Brendan Flaherty. I'm here with the DuPont Group on behalf of Ceres. Ceres is a nonprofit, and I have the brief one sentence here, a nonprofit sustainability organization that works with companies and investors to advance market-based solutions to sustainability challenges. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, they also stand opposed to House Bill 359 for the reasons that our colleagues have also stated. The bottom line is that this prohibits free market operation of banks and undermines fiduciary duties. So I'll leave it there. I think I got it in the nick of time. Any questions, I'm happy to take.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very
Great,
much.
thank you.
Having no more cards on House Bill 359, we'll close the public hearing. And the chair will state that next Wednesday morning, We will do the liquor bills, and when these three bills we just heard, we will do Wednesday afternoon, starting at 1:15. These are business banking bills, yeah. No, the subcommittee. We're subcommittees. Sorry.
Committee when?
I'm not ready to exact yet. Yeah.
Are we, okay, so we still have.
We still have two more.
316.
Yeah, we have two other bills in the this afternoon.
It's your bill.
Oh, well, okay, all right. Sure.
Take the 2 minutes. String him. He's a rep, all right. Robert's not here. Oh my God, no more questions.
Good, I'm not.
Right on top.
Yeah, I had an idea. Okay, you have your laptop with you. I would try opening those emails I sent you. The Word document might work better on your laptop rather than your phone. Okay. So I do it as well.
But he's
So I'll give that
presenting,
a
so
shot
I gotta
tonight,
open it.
And then Jamie's gonna
It's
try
his
something
bill.
different. If that doesn't work, just email me.
I'm just waiting until he sits.
Okay, so we can work on it. Okay?
Take your list.
How old is your?
Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Commerce Committee. Our first bill will be House Bill 316, and Representative Hunt will be introducing it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. For those of you who have been on this committee, you know, this is sort of a deja vu all over again. And for you new members, buckle your seatbelt because you're about to deal with one of the most complicated issues this committee deals with over the years. So I thought I was close enough, but is that better? Okay. So what we have here today is, as promised by when we left it last year, which is that the insurance department was going to delve deep into the costs of ambulance service. The problem of ambulance service is that it's, and I'll be frank, it is run by the, many fire departments. It is very similar to your fire department in your town, in the sense that you're paying for them to be there. And you could go a week with no calls. And who pays for that? The issue has comes down to the balance billing issue. And the balance billing issue, we in this committee have solved when it came to everybody else, all other types of providers. When there was balance billing involved, we've been able to solve that issue, but this is the one that hangs out there. Even the federal government, they dealt with it when it came to helicopters and the ambulance service, but they left this one hanging out there with no resolution. So we had the insurance department really investigate in terms of, doing an economic analysis, and with the sole purpose of how do we get to a place where we can convince Medicare and Medicaid, or Medicare in particular, who is really the highest user of ambulance service, how do we convince them to increase their reimbursement rates, is that we're taking the step that we're going to address it by having a good handle on what exactly it is costing for these services. Just to briefly, describe the difficulty of the problems is this is absolutely an urban versus rural issue. And rural is you have much smaller population and longer distances to go. So it is just kind of exponentially increases the problems. So this legislation will, as you will hear, does not please those in the fire departments now who do balance billing. Because we're going to, in this bill, we're going to bar balance billing because we're saying we're now giving you higher reimbursement rates. In defense of what we would do, I would say here is that I truly believe ambulance service is like your fire department or your police department. And that is, it's a cost to the town. It's a cost to the community. And I absolutely understand that it's more expensive almost. The ambulances are my county, Cheshire County, believe it or not, we started our own ambulance service. And so as a member of the executive committee, I'm intimately involved in what is the financial burden that these ambulance services provide to the county and the towns that are using it. And we see firsthand, what exactly the cost is, and it's a big bill to the towns. That's just the reality. And to say is okay, well, let's back bill and balance bill to the people who are using it. When it's like I say, we don't do that for the fire. If you had a fire in your house, we don't say, oh, but you're not only unlucky to have that fire, but we're going to send you a bill because it costs us money to send those trucks there. I believe ambulance services is similar to police and fire. And yes, there's going to be a cost to the town, the cost to the community. But at the end of the day, we'll do what we as a legislature to do our part by ensuring that the insurance companies are providing a reasonable and fair compensation. And that's what this bill does. And I will take any questions.
Representative Sullivan?
Excuse me. So I know you said, and we'll hear soon, that the people behind you are going to be preferring balance billing. Why is this, what do you think is being improved in this thing versus the current system that we have now, which apparently people are going to fight you on when they're done?
Basically, what we're doing is saying that for people who have health insurance, have the insurance, that they shouldn't be balance billed, and that if the fact that the balance billing that occur is we shouldn't be penalizing them because they call the ambulance service, and that it is the end of the day that service being there is a service provided by their communities, by their towns, and however the town can work its best price, whether it has its own ambulance service, through the fire department, or whether, in our case, whether they use the Cheshire County one. In my town, we actually have a nonprofit that's it's just Jaffrey and Ringe, and they've had their struggles, and Lord knows they this year they just bought a new $500,000 truck, and Ringe is going to see a tripling of what it has to pay to that ambulance company to help offset the cost of that new vehicle.
Further question?
Further question, may I inquire?
So I'm just thinking, if I remember correctly from the last time we had these discussions, it wasn't always necessarily people in the community who were the problem, but oftentimes it was somebody from wherever, Boston on vacation. I obviously represent Bethlehem, Franconia. There's
Right,
hikers,
ski-
all that
ski resort,
ski stuff,
somebody
all that stuff.
broke their
Yeah, so
leg and- yeah.
somebody gets hurt, they get hauled away in the ambulance, and then they are out of town. Like it's not. So that just falls purely on the Bethlehem taxpayers, and so balance billing would go after them versus even the New Hampshire state rep. Like I understand there are plenty of places in this state where there are no tourism, but where I live is heavily tourist. Our whole economy is based on tourism. So how does it impact that? Because that to me seems like a slightly different thing. That if we got rid of balance billing, but simply had the people who have state insurance, it might screw over places like Bethlehem where we have a lot of people getting hurt hiking the Franconia Notch or whatever, and you know, like how do you foresee that impacting communities like mine?
I mean, it's the product of that community, the nature of your community. I mean, I always think about, the old saying, "Don't tax me, don't tax him, tax the guy behind the tree," and the guy behind the tree was the one who came from Massachusetts, and so I understand that for some people that they would say we don't have a problem here. The problem is Medicare. The problem is Medicare their reimbursement rate's too low. But obviously we have no control over that. We can hope to, we have a process set up in this bill that we hopefully can convince Medicare to raise their reimbursement rates, but there's no guarantee of that. But at the end of the day, yes, every community has their own unique situations. I mean, one of the problems we have is the ambulance arrives and the person says, "Oh, I don't want to pay the bill," and says, "I refuse to get in the ambulance." And nobody gets paid at that point. So it's a complicated problem, but we're trying to come up with a reasonable legislative solution for the best that we can do as the insurance committee here in the House, and that is to at least make sure that our insurance companies have a reasonable paying back that is reasonably rationalized, and it's done by actuarial studies of what it really what the costs are, and it's obviously it's not a perfect world because the reality is that insurance is it's only at best a third of the ambulance calls, but everybody so often over the years. I mean, we'll have another bill that I hadn't got it yet, so I would have scheduled it for today, but which goes back to what we had last year, where Senator Prentice wanted to charge 300% of Medicaid, and you just to pick a number like that out of the air just doesn't make sense. We got to be rationalized. We got to have a rational number, and that's what this bill is.
Thank you.
Representative Spear?
So I watched all the videos that they presented when they were going through the generating the numbers. And I know that they interviewed as many of the ambulance services as they could and who would respond to it. They did a really good job of that. And what the bill came out, the one that we're looking at, the 316, reflects what the commission came up with. So that part is good. But my question is, like you mentioned, the big hole here is Medicare people, Medicare folks. Do we have any leverage to push them to up their rates? Do we have any way? Because when we left it last year,
this is a federal.
they said we can do
issue.
something, but
Well, all we can do is we hope that by doing this, we can then convince Medicare that the rates should be reflective of what we're doing by our insurance.
So who talks to them?
We will. The insurance department will. Yeah.
They will? Okay.
Originally, we were going to try to do it as a waiver, but I'm not sure that was going to work. But
Thank you, Chairman Hunt.
no, you're the chairman.
Representative Hunt. Okay. Let's see. Representative Stringham.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jerry Stringham. I'm the state rep from Lincoln and Woodstock area. This is my third term here. We have a great ambulance service up there. It's a nonprofit. It's not a fire department thing. I'll be heading up there tonight to listen to their presentations to a couple of towns asking for a lot of money just to stay in business. You know, we know for the last several terms we've been dealing with the collapse of the ambulance industry. I'm very appreciative of the people here, and I'm appreciative of the work that led to the bill being presented here to move the needle towards having a viable long-term ambulance industry. My background, probably more important than I'm a state rep, is I formed a consulting firm in 1998 called Medical Technology Partners, which I've run continuously since then. We are a reimbursement consulting firm, so we get involved with reimbursement issues, Medicare, commercial, largely dealing with new technology or services, and help the people that have come through with innovations, understand the healthcare reimbursement system, and how to integrate those things into what exists. Myself and the people we work with are experts on many of the federal fee schedules, like the inpatient payment system, hospital outpatient physician fee schedules, durable medical equipment, home services. There's over 20 of them. And almost all of them, Medicare tends to be the most expert at putting together the fee schedule that other entities use as a basis for making payment. I have never, as a consultant, worked on the ambulance ambulance fee schedule itself, but there's a lot of similarities and crossing between one and another. There's been several important developments in the last term in response to the basically bankruptcy and going out of business of many ambulance services, including increase in the Medicaid rates as part of the budget last year, the allowance of direct payment to ambulance providers as opposed to going to the patient and then having the ambulance providers having to try to chase down that money. And then SB 409, which Senator Prentice championed here, provides for insurance payment under the Medicaid program for non-transport type of services. In the service in Lincoln and Woodstock, that represents 39% of the calls. So it's a lower reimbursement, but it's than some of the other services, but it's more than zero. So these things we hope are starting the process of having a financial model that actually works enough that regardless of whether this is a fire department service, a for-profit service, or a nonprofit service, there's reasonable chance with not overwhelming community support to allow these to exist. Ambulances aren't considered an essential service. You don't have to provide them, but I think we all think it's a pretty critical element of medical care, and at a time of life when people need help. I would like to talk about a couple of the elements that are in this proposal. The effort towards having reasonable and fair payment from the insurance companies. They talk about an all-payer model. All-payer models for healthcare reimbursement systems are very unusual, meaning that all payers would pay the same amount. Maryland does that for hospitals. They're about the only one that does that. in general, the much more commonly used 99% of the time is that Medicare serves as a base for establishing other payments. And I do think, being someone who deals all the time with Medicare, and that I don't think as a state, either through the insurance department or through Henry Lippman's group over in Medicaid Services, that we would have much luck influencing how they're going to change the Medicare rate, because we have a law that says if the intent of this rule as written is to have the fee schedule amount be the same from all insurers, I don't think that's gonna fly. And I certainly don't think it's under our control in the state of New Hampshire. It does say public and private funding would be the same, and I have a question of what public means, because if the public includes money that cities and towns just donate or provide as an access fee, and that's added to whatever's paid on a per case basis for Medicaid and Medicare, that's a very different math than what those in healthcare insurance industry view as an all-payer model is in there. I think the more workable solutions are is to peg payment to Medicare rates and use current Medicare rates and try to have a reasonable markup from that, which I think would be higher than the 209% that's in the report. The other element to the bill countervening that is this balance billing issue. Balance billing is a problem. People who need a ride and could face severe financial health problems if they have a ride that turns out to be very expensive and way beyond their means. And I've previously been against getting rid of the balance billing provision because there is no leverage between an ambulance provider and a health insurance provider, particularly those out of state. Some of them would say our non-contract rate for an ambulance ride is $25, and they're in South Carolina, and they don't have any leverage. People ski in New Hampshire from all over the country, and in addition, the ambulance providers tell me they didn't really have a lot of leverage in even negotiating reasonable contracts. If there is a bill passed, whether it's this one or whether this is reworked or one of the other bills that may come before this committee and one being introduced in the Senate, I think that puts sufficient leverage in with insurance companies that we can try to remove this balance billing prohibition in ambulances. And I see there is a growing base with the laws passed last term, and with sufficient payment from there, it's still not going to guarantee that every ambulance service is going to be viable or not overwhelmingly inexpensive or expensive, but I think it'll be a more traditional medical service business at that point. And I think we can do both of these things at the same time, provided the numbers work out. So, that is the high level. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to call up Commissioner DJ Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. DJ Betancourt, Commissioner of the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I'm joined here at the table by my colleague, Alex Feldavel. I never get his title exactly right. He's our jack of all trades. I'm also joined by Jason Azes, the director of our data analytics unit, and of course, Jennifer Smith, who does a phenomenal job for us as well. So we are here today in support of this legislation. It is a proposal brought forward at the behest of the department, although there's a bit of a caveat to that in the sense that we were certainly prompted to do this by what you all asked us to do last session. I want to start by providing background for those who are new to this issue, or to those of you who have not followed every twist and turn of this story. I consider this a bit like a big, long preview to your favorite show when they come back after the previous season ended. They catch you up on things so that you know what's going to happen as the new season starts. Balance billing and the inability of carriers and ground ambulance providers to get into contract or in network has been a policy challenge facing this state stretching back 25 years or so, maybe even perhaps longer than that. This department, for approximately that same period of time, has taken the position in its role to protect and advocate for consumers, again, has taken the position that balance billing a consumer is the wrong thing to do. When I was here last week for the orientation, I provided you with a little bit of an example of how balance billing works. I want to share with you again the example that I used using very small, simple, hopefully easy to understand numbers. So you or a family member needs a ride to the hospital from an ambulance provider. The bill for that ride, as determined by the provider, is, say, $1,000. Your insurance carrier or your family member's insurance carrier is not in network with that ground ambulance provider. What the carrier has set as the rate at which they will reimburse an out-of-network provider is, say, $200. So the bill is $1,000. What the carrier is going to pay is $200. The question becomes, what happens to the $800? And what happens at present is the $800 is passed along to the consumer. Now, let's be clear. The consumer, in the vast majority of instances, and we know this based off of what consumers are telling our consumer division. These are real people. These are real calls. What they tell us is, we don't understand what this bill is for. I have coverage. I have health insurance coverage. I don't understand why I'm getting this bill when I have coverage. And we have to walk them through what's going on. And over time, the real life consequence has been, and again, these are real stories, you have individuals who find themselves in some sort of an urgent medical situation, who, in the moment they are in that situation, have to pause and consider whether or not they want to call 911 to get an ambulance ride to the hospital, or whether or not they're going to try to call a family member or wait it out until somebody comes home and finds them to drive them to the hospital because they're not sure they can pay that bill. That is real. That is the consumer harm that at the end of the day, my department is incredibly concerned about. So at this point, I want to pause and make one of a handful of points very clear that I will make throughout the course of this presentation. If in fact you move forward with this proposal in a manner that prohibits balance billing, it does not mean the provider doesn't get paid. In fact, it doesn't even necessarily mean that the provider will not get paid over and above what the carrier is willing to pay an out-of-network provider. As you've heard before, ground ambulance is the last frontier of medical services that does not prohibit balance billing. But in all of those other areas, whether it be with the state level protections or whether it be with the federal protections through the No Surprises Act, there is an independent dispute resolution process that can be accessed by either party. And that independent resolution process will determine, based off of the facts that both parties provide, what the commercially reasonable rate should be for that ride, again, when there is a conflict between the provider and the carrier. And the amount that that independent resolution process may produce, again, may be well over and above whatever that carrier was going to pay that provider by virtue of them being out of network. You can do that here if you'd want. So, again, fundamentally, what we are seeking to do and what we have advocated for over many number of years is to remove the consumer from the dispute between the provider and the carrier. That's what the state level balance billing prohibition does. That's what the No Surprises Act does. That fundamentally is what we are trying to do here. We fundamentally believe that it is unfair to stick a consumer in the middle of this dispute and give them a bill that they didn't know was coming, don't understand, and for many of them, they can't afford. So that has been the principle by which my department has engaged on this issue in the past. Let's flash forward to the summer of 2023. I just become commissioner. I began reading in the newspaper stories about ambulance providers who were under significant and very real financial distress. And I read those stories. And I want to be very, very clear. I have nothing but the utmost respect and admiration for the work that our ground ambulance providers provide. They have saved my father's life. They have transported my children, and I've got 2 boys, ages 4 and 7. As boys that age are wont to do, they sometimes do stupid things. They bump the head, they got to go to the ambulance. I have great respect and admiration for what they do. I would never purport to understand the full totality of the challenges they face, but I do understand the obligation that they're under to maintain a constant state of readiness, whether or not, as Representative Hunt mentioned, they get 1,000 calls in a week or they get 0 calls in a week. They've got to be ready under all circumstances. I understand that, and I get that. But I was reading these stories of the financial troubles they were having. I paired that with the position the department had taken with respect to balance billing, and I thought to myself, maybe the stars, the moon, and the sun have aligned in such a way that we can bring all of the parties together, put the best ideas on the table, and potentially bring a resolution forward that does right by the providers, that does right by the communities, that does right by the consumer. And so out of that came the Ambulance Summit, as I nicknamed it. It was a series of meetings that my department hosted. We brought together a wide array of stakeholders. We obviously had officials from the department. We had providers there at the table, both commercial and municipal providers. We had all of the carriers at the table. We formed subgroups to look at the different aspects of this problem, whether it was the reimbursement rates, whether it was the challenges that the providers were having with transport to from one facility to another, facility to facility transports, and also considering what reforms the providers needed to consider in their business model to ensure that they were financially sustainable and stable going forward. And it was out of that ambulance summit that we came to appreciate that here in New Hampshire, the ride mix is approximately 80% of the rides are from one of the 2 government programs, Medicare, Medicaid. And as you know, the trouble with those 2 programs is those reimbursement rates are fixed. Medicare rates are fixed entirely by the federal government. We can certainly lobby them, Representative Spear. We can certainly explain to them what we're doing, the situation that we face here in New Hampshire, and encourage them to consider rate increases for Medicare, this being the federal government. And I would first start by engaging the federal delegation, who I think understand this problem very well and could be an effective advocate for us. But you've also got Medicaid, again, set foundationally by the federal government. The state does have a role in that. You, in fact, increased at the state level the reimbursement rates for ground ambulance in the last budget. My understanding is that was helpful. Clearly, there's more to be done. Fundamentally, the financial crisis, as I understand it, that the providers are facing is there is a delta between what they are able to get in reimbursements from those 80% of rides from Medicare and Medicaid and what they need to sustain their current operations. And my fear is what is being attempted here under the status quo is to fill that delta on the backs of the commercial insurance individuals, those who are covered by a commercial insurance carrier. It seems to me as though what they want, what the status quo dictates, is that 20% of those rides will fill the delta in the budgets in terms of what the providers are not able to collect from the 80% of the rides. As a personal matter, I don't know that that's fair. I don't think that's fair. However, as a policy matter, if you do this, if you say we're going to set the rate at whatever amount it takes to fill that delta, there is no question that you will see an increase in commercial insurance premiums. That's a policy decision for you to make. But the consequence of that will be higher premiums. And we talk a lot in this committee and over in the Senate and elsewhere about things that are barriers to access to care for individuals. And there are a number of things. But for me, fundamentally, the biggest barrier to access to care for residents of this state is cost. And you cannot lose sight of that. You cannot lose sight of that. And so we brought the report forward. You have it before you. You can take a look at exactly what we looked into. You can look at exactly, excuse me, the conclusions and recommendations that were brought forward. And that report was the basis for the discussion that we and others had with you last year. Now, at that point in time, we were not able to reach a consensus as to exactly what the appropriate remedy and specifically what the appropriate reimbursement schedule should be. And again, we're talking now just about what the appropriate reimbursement schedule should be for commercial insurance carriers, as tied to, as tethered to the cost to transport commercially insured individuals. And so as a result of the fact that we were not able to come to a consensus on that, the legislature asked us to, gave us a directive to undertake an analysis, an actuarial analysis, to look at the data, to look at the numbers, and determine what the appropriate rate schedule should be. We as a department were very clear that level of analysis was not something that we internally would be able to undertake. And you know what? That was actually very fortuitous, because what it forced us to do was to take the entire issue out of our hands. And I'll stipulate, I'm biased. I want to be done and be rid of balance billing. So I took it out of my department's hands, and we contracted with an independent third-party actuarial firm, no dog in the hunt, to look at the numbers, to take in the data, to hear from the stakeholders, and to put forward what they, based on the math, determined to be the most appropriate reimbursement schedule. And they did that. And it's important to note a couple of things. And by the way, that actuarial report by PCG is also before you. They engaged in a very inclusive process. All of the stakeholders were brought to the table. There were regular sessions where everybody came together, provided input, got feedback, got updates on where they were in their analysis. But fundamentally, the numbers that PCG used in their analysis are the numbers provided to them by the providers themselves. They're not my numbers. They're not the carrier's numbers. They're the numbers that the providers gave to them to crunch and analyze. And that is what is reflected in the report. And those are the concepts that you see reflected in the proposal before you. A few final points. PCG, the individuals, as I affectionately call them, the math nerds, will be available to you. What we're going to do, my understanding is that Representative Hunt is going to consolidate the three proposals coming before this committee pertaining to this issue into one subgroup. Whenever that subgroup is scheduled to meet, the folks from PCG will fly here to New Hampshire. They will go as deep and as thorough and as wide on their analysis as you would like them to go. And you can ask them any question that you would like as to how they arrived at the conclusions that they did. Certainly, Alex and I and Dr. Azes will do our best as well should you have questions today. But those individuals will be available whenever that work session is scheduled. So as I've said, the data before you is the data that was provided to them by the providers, so they'll get into that as well. I want to also be clear. This legislation does not dictate that providers and carriers must get into contract. This is still the United States of America. Government cannot force two private parties to enter into an agreement, enter into a contract, if they don't want to, if they can't come to mutually agreeable terms. What we do hope the proposal will do is to provide an incentive and to provide a basis, a foundation for those two parties to be able to have more fruitful negotiations to be able to come into network. And there are a lot of advantages to them coming into network. There is certainty for the provider as to what they're going to get from the carrier. Hopefully, the negotiations become far less contentious. And again, because of the prohibition on balanced billing, the consumer is removed from it. So that is the hope. That is certainly our hope. That is the goal of what we are trying to achieve here. I'm going to be candid with you. I've been at this for a long time. I think that what is before you is the most viable solution to a very, very difficult problem. Not the perfect solution. And I know that you're going to hear from a number of providers who are going to tell you that the rates that are reflected here are insufficient. I understand that. One of the key questions I think you have to consider when some of these providers tell you that they charge well over and above the rates that are dictated or put forward in this proposal is, at the end of the day, you can charge whatever you want. How are you collecting on what you charge? And I would submit to you, and again, they understand the nuances and the details way better than I, and they may have a perfectly great answer to this that puts to rest my confusion on this. But I have to believe that if they had a high degree of success in collecting whatever it is they charge, they would not be under the financial pressure that they're in. There's a problem there. I don't know exactly what it is. I suspect a lot of it has to do with the fact that they can bill consumers and balance bill them, But at the end of the day, if the consumer cannot afford it and the consumer doesn't care about their credit score, they just won't pay it. And the provider's out. Like I said, I don't know that that's the totality of the problem, but I know it's a part of the problem. So as I've said, I think what you've got here is a viable solution based off of math, based off of a fair and impartial analysis, and it's worthy of your consideration. And the last thing I'll say is you've kind of got a limited number of options. And this is a policy decision for you to make. So I'm going to put forward to you what I think your options are, and then you decide which of these is most palatable to you. You could continue the status quo, but my understanding, if what I have been told is true, and there's absolutely no reason to believe that what I have been told is not true, if you continue the status quo, you will continue to have providers who are in financial distress. If they are commercial, private ambulance providers with no backstop, they could potentially go out of business altogether. If they're a municipal provider, there's a little bit of a backstop there. They can dip into their underlying fire department budget, or they could pass the cost off to the property taxpayer. Not a great solution, not one that they're happy with, not one that I'm happy with, probably not one that you're happy with either. We're all property taxpayers in this state. Point being is that not all of the providers are in exactly the same posture. And we, of course, can continue to balance bill consumers and hurt consumers. That's the status quo. You can move forward with this proposal, which to me, based off of my read, is the perfect definition of a compromise in the sense that the providers aren't happy. The carriers are here. I don't know that they're going to say anything, but let me tell you, based on the conversations that I've had, they aren't happy because they're having to pay more. They're having to pay more, particularly for those rides that are in rural and super rural areas of our state where the rides are less frequent, but the distances are longer. So they're not happy. And I guess the only person, who's kind of sort of happy is me, and maybe you, because you get to put this issue to rest. But again, when you're talking about the two parties that have been most in conflict with each other over the course of this issue, over those 25, 30 years, are the carriers and the providers. But at least under this proposal, you have the basis for those providers to begin bringing in more financial support and at least back some of them away from the financial cliff that we're told that they're facing. The third option is you can set the rate however you want. You want to go 300%, 400% over Medicaid, you can do that. Again, you can't force them into contract, but you can set the rate way up there. Understanding that if that is in fact what plays out, you're going to see increase in premiums. It's going to be more difficult for individuals to afford those premiums. And while it is never something that I would recommend, there are a portion of those individuals who will choose not to go with coverage at all. I wish I had something, a fourth option that brought everybody together in celebration. I don't have it. And my commitment to you is to always be honest. And so as I survey this situation, as I survey the landscape of what's before you, those are the three options that you have to consider. And it's a policy decision for you to make. So at this point, I'll turn to Alex. Is there anything there that I have missed that you feel is important for the committee to be aware of?
No, you've done a great job of describing the landscape and overall policy considerations. But what I would like to do would be to go over in just the right amount of detail what's actually in the bill so that we can have a good common understanding of what the bill does. And I've put most of my testimony down in writing. So, as briefly as possible then, this bill does three things in essence. It requires the establishment through Insurance Department rulemaking of a cost-based, annually updated rate schedule that commercial payers will be required to use in reimbursing ground ambulance providers who are not in network. That's number one, sort of a mandatory schedule. If you don't have a contract, this is the rate that you will reimburse at. Number two, it prohibits ground ambulance providers from balance billing. And number three, it establishes a commission on all payer model program for ground ambulance services that will examine the feasibility of applying for a federal waiver under Section 1115A of the Social Security Act to enter into an all payer model agreement for reimbursement of ground ambulance services in the state. The all payer model agreement would do, you've heard some mention of it already, it would create a common reimbursement schedule for Medicare, Medicaid, and commercial payers. It's something that exists in a number of other states. Maryland is one example. It requires a waiver, and you have to meet federal standards. It would mean, in this case, Medicare raising their rates, as well as Medicare, to come up to this uniform rate schedule. And you have to show that overall you're going to change your system in such a way that it will be cost neutral to the federal government. So that's why there's a question about the feasibility of doing it. But it would be such a beautiful solution to this problem that it's worth analyzing the feasibility of doing it. And that's what this commission is set up to do, as well as to make recommendations for reform in the financing and delivery system for ground ambulance services. The fee schedule, this bill is a result of last year's legislation, Senate Bill 407, which required the insurance department to commission the cost study. And as the commissioner mentioned, we put out an RFP. We got good responses. We got 4 good bids, and we selected PCG because of their experience advising ground ambulance providers across the country on how to fill out the Medicare ground ambulance cost survey that has been in place the last few years. So there's this study that Medicare is undertaking, and they've developed a very good tool for determining the costs of ground ambulance services, and PCG was familiar with that. Senate Bill 407 put a number of requirements on how we do this cost study, and how our vendor who we hire does the cost study. It has to be evidence-based, so it has to be on real information provided by ground ambulance providers about their costs. The fee schedule they come up with could be a percent of Medicare or could be independently developed schedule. The reimbursement must be designed to cover their costs. Now, this is something that came out of the ambulance summit that we heard frequently, is all we want is our costs to be covered, because the debate would come up whether, what ground ambulance providers really want is the cost shift from Medicare and Medicaid onto commercial. And frequently the answer we heard is no, we just want our costs covered. So the whole idea of Senate Bill 407 is, let's look at scientifically, evidence-based, what a fee schedule would look like that does cover costs. One of the assumptions that was required to be made in 407 is also that we hold constant the current level of funding for ground ambulance that comes from the local property taxes. So in other words, we're not going to try to replace property taxes with this reimbursement schedule. We're going to assume that that's just held constant. And we're going to require that the fee schedule allow for a reasonable operating margin for ground ambulance providers in support of what is called readiness, the ability to adapt to increases in demand and to still be able to fulfill the services that are required. And the cost estimates must assume the services will be provided in a reasonably cost-effective manner. Okay, so those were the injunctions given to PCG in terms of coming up with a fee schedule. The New Hampshire Insurance Department worked with the New Hampshire Health Plan and with the Department of Safety to manage the performance of this project by PCG. So we had a working team, a core team that met every week over the summer and the fall. It was fun. We were under a lot of pressure to get things done. The process that PCG used was to leverage the fact that there are these existing cost surveys that many of the ground ambulance providers in the state have already completed under that Medicare ground ambulance data collection system called GATS. At least that's how we all pronounced it. It's a well-designed survey. It's a survey that's audited, and many of the providers had already completed it. So we were able to leverage those surveys to come up with a sample of ground ambulance providers in the state that did a good job of representing the ground ambulance providers as a whole in the state. We cut it up by different categories, for example, fire-based, not fire-based, urban, rural, hospital-based, not hospital-based. And in each case, from our sample, we had good representation of the different segments of ground ambulance providers. So we felt, PCG felt that in the end they had good representation in their sample that they were using for their analysis. And then they basically, using the cost information, developed an overall cost per unit of service. They broke it down into transport, treat no transport, and mileage. So they broke it down into those three pieces and developed and discerned the average cost statewide for those three pieces of service. And then they built the rate schedule, the Medicare rate schedule, the rate schedule that's intended to be cost-based, using a Medicare methodology of once you have a base rate, then you apply relative value conversion factor that represents the intensity of the service. So there are some procedure codes that are more intensive in terms of the level of care providers, others less. So PCG used the Medicare RVUs, relative value units, to make those adjustments. And then they used the Medicare adjustments for urban, rural, and super rural because it provided an extra boost, especially for super rural, which is essentially all of Coos County. They made a couple other assumptions that were beneficial to the providers in terms of treat no transport. Medicare doesn't reimburse at all for that. PCC determined that in a cost-based system, it made sense that there would be reimbursement, and so they had to do a separate calculation of the cost of providing that service, and they included that in the rate schedule. And then they also basically ignored the component of volunteer work. There is a lot of volunteer support for ground ambulance services in the state, but they basically made the assumption that those volunteers were getting paid because we don't know in the future what level of volunteer effort there will be. So they just added that into the cost basis. And then having done that, they applied an additional factor, which is an actuarial technique. It's called provision for adverse deviation. I like that word. We all need that in our lives. And it means we may have been wrong. Circumstances may be different than we, determined through our analysis. So they added 20% to the rate schedule as a provision for adverse deviation. And that's how they came out with the rate schedule that they did. It represents 100% increase from what commercial payers are paying today. So it's doubling what commercial payers would be required to pay from what they're paying today. It represents about 200, something in excess of 200% of the Medicare rate. So in other words, commercial payers, we looked at the claims data, they're currently paying right at or near Medicare rates. So overall, the concept is there's kind of a deal going on here. We're going to double the rates that commercial payers pay, and in exchange, we're going to get rid of balanced billing. And in addition, we're going to form this commission to see about possibly bringing in Medicare and Medicaid into this overall fee schedule. So that's my explanation.
Thank you, commissioners.
You're welcome.
Before I open this for questions, remember they are going to a super subcommittee. So try to keep your questions on point and short. Thank you. Yes.
So I watched the whole process. It was pretty impressive. So if we separate out Medicare for a second, because that's still a to-do list kind of a thing, if we just look at the commercial carrier kind of component of this thing, have you ever gone back to the, because all of the input of everything came from the providers, the data that you worked with. So have you gone back to those providers and said, well, what do you think of this? Get a take on it.
Go ahead. Say, we did have two advisory groups, or I can't remember. I remember the acronyms are SEG and SAG, and their one group was mainly for us to keep everyone up to date on the progress of the analysis, and then the SAG was an actual advisory group where we were asking that smaller group that we thought were more representative of the opinion of providers to give us feedback on the process we were using in our analysis.
Was that feedback I hate it, or was that feedback okay?
I don't know.
The feedback, broadly speaking, was always a bit contingent upon what at the end of the day the rates were going to be. And I will say too that regardless of what comes of this, and again, this may be deja vu for you. It's not going to be deja vu for me unless you drag me back into it. I've done my best here. My department has done my best here. As I've said, I've put before you what I think is the most viable and fair compromise possible. I'm not going to keep being Don Quixote tilting at these windmills forever. All right. But I will say that if nothing else, what this process was helpful, at least to me, and I think to a large degree the carriers as well, was providing insight into what the actual costs that the providers have to account for. Because one of the frequent pieces of feedback that we would get from carriers is they would get these bills for these rides and they wouldn't understand how they arrived at the bottom line number. What was provided in the course of that ride. Sometimes it was fairly obvious if it was a fairly intensive, critical suite of care and services that were needed. But in other cases, they weren't able to really understand how the dollars added up to get to that bottom line. I think that we were able to get a glimpse into what the cost of some of these various component services are for these providers. And so in that sense, it was very educational.
Thank you. Representative Ammon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. It's interesting to see this issue resurface time and time again. Question about the actual rate schedule. If we pass this bill, what is the rate schedule?
If you pass the bill, then the insurance commissioner is required to promulgate a rule that is essentially equivalent to the rate schedule that you see in the PCG report.
Okay. And just a quick follow-up. On page 2, line, it talks about cost sharing, line 18.
Yeah, in the bill.
So we're going to prohibit balance billing, but then there's a cost sharing proponent. How does that work? Is that in the rate schedule, and does the patient pay that?
The patient always pays the cost sharing. I think the reference to the cost sharing in the bill is just to say, no balance billing, but of course you are still allowed to charge as a provider the cost sharing amount that is in the consumer's coverage.
And so cost share is a broad definition for deductible copay. That's what that references. So despite the prohibition on balance billing, the consumer is still responsible for whatever the copay is under their plan, whatever the deductible is under their plan. That would not be impacted by this proposal. Just to clarify that term.
Thank Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you both for a very clear explanation of how you did the work that resulted in this proposal. I do have one question, which I expect the answer will be yes, but I just wanted to be sure. Does the PCG proposed rate schedule factor in the costs of the ambulance providers maintaining constant readiness?
Yes, that was specifically part of what was required in Senate Bill 407 from last session. That was talked about and accounted for in the rate schedule.
Thank you.
Representative Burrows, did you have a question?
This is a would you believe, and the other representative said something what I was going to say. So that was the commissioner. That was one of the clearest and most concise presentations about this issue that I've ever heard. And Alex, that was great. And I think it could be a major motion picture at some point. So thank you.
Thank you.
Who would watch it other than us?
My wife would watch it.
Keep it short. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you for letting me ask the question. It was very clear. Thank you. But I just wanted to make sure I understood maybe a little bit more on the conclusions. So the information was presented to the providers and the carriers, and was there subsequent discussion? Are you allowed to comment on that? And where we are kind of right now between the providers and the carriers, was any progress made, or that's why we're here today?
As the commissioner mentioned, virtually all of the meetings occurred at a point where we were just talking about our process and we didn't have the final numbers. So we got, some response, but most of the response was held back until the final numbers was reached, and that wasn't until very recently.
All right, thank
You want to add to that?
No, I would just say Obviously, we worked as quickly as we possibly could. As you may know, we ended up having to ask for a week's extension. We really wanted to make sure that the data that we were given and the conclusions that PCG were making were apples to apples comparisons as best as possible. Again, the data that was factored into the analysis was data that the providers put forward. Not all of the providers gave over the data in exactly the same way. So we had to figure out ways to make them as comparable as possible. In some instances, that was easier than in others. But throughout the process, we really placed a very heavy emphasis on fairness. And again, nobody's in love with the end result. As I've said, by my definition, this is the perfect example of a compromise. Nobody's thrilled. Each side has been asked to make sacrifices. Carriers have to pay more. I think the providers need to undertake a thorough and thoughtful consideration of their business model and make adjustments to it to make their operations more financially sustainable for the long run. But as Alex mentioned, even in those areas where we understood there's going to be variation, there are going to be factors that cannot be perfectly accounted for, it built in that buffer to try to account for that. In the political world, if I were a pollster, I would call it that margin of error, if you will. And so we factored that in as well.
Representative Miles?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I have a question back to the phrase cost sharing, actually. I'm from a consumer perspective. I'm sitting here looking at a pretty average health insurance card. And as you mentioned, you know, you can see your copay, your office visit deductible, your specialist visit deductible. For the consumer, is it going to be apparent somewhere, such as their insurance card, what that cost share is for an ambulance ride? Or is that going to be somewhere buried in the plan documents?
Probably be factored into emergency services.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So it's a bit difficult because it's going to vary from plan to plan. So if you're in the individual market, you have the most control over the type of plan that you get. You go onto the exchange, number of different carriers are offering a number of different plans. You're going to have different options in terms of networks. You're going to have different options in terms of deductibles and all of that. That'll get factored in. I would say that we would certainly have a very serious conversation with the carriers about making it far more clear to consumers what their deductible would be for ground ambulance rides. I was very briefly whispering to Alex here a second ago, I think it would factor into whatever the deductible is for emergency services within that plan.
Thank you, Commissioners. Representative, final question.
So, thanks for taking my question. Has this model been, as of now, been implemented in any other state?
This particular model, no. There are concepts within this proposal, individual concepts that have been put in place in other states. This particular model, I don't believe, is implemented exactly in any other state.
There are about 15 other states that have tried in some way or another to deal with ground ambulance balance billing and to address the reimbursement question. I would say some of them have just left it up to a dispute resolution system, and others have thrown a dart in terms of picking a level of reimbursement as a percent of Medicare. New Hampshire would be the first state who actually based it on a cost study.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Commissioner Betancourt, I would appreciate if, when we go to subcommittee, that could you provide hard copies of the study? I know you have soft copies, but if we could sit there and like make notes on
Yeah,
them.
I think that we've got some copies, or at least we had some copies of both the Ambulance Summit report and the PCG report on the back table. If we need more, we can get you more. Long story short, we'll have plenty of copies for all of you by the time the subcommittee work rolls around.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your testimony today.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you. Okay, my next card is Chris Staywax. I know he's around. There he is. Welcome back to Commerce.
I feel like I won the lottery. I got picked right away.
It's been an adventure being with you for many years.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Chris Staywas. I'm on the board of directors at the New Hampshire Ambulance Association, and I reside with my family in Hollis. I have been a nationally registered paramedic in New Hampshire for the last 40 years, and I currently am a regional director for American Medical Response, which provides ambulance service for the cities of Nashua and Manchester. The New Hampshire Ambulance Association, I want to make this very clear from the get-go. We support action to protect consumers from balanced billing practices and regulations that ensure adequate reimbursement for ambulance ground providers for the vital services they provide. We want to take the patient out of the middle. We've consistently said that all along. That being said, ground ambulance providers are essential services and integral parts of the communities they serve. They should be fairly reimbursed for those services. Federal lawmakers left ground ambulance providers out of the NSA as they feared many of these services would be reduced or closed in certain communities due to the funding challenges, and felt they needed more time to evaluate reasonable reimbursement. At the same time, they recognized that consumers needed to be protected from unfair balanced billing practice and removed from the middle of payment disputes. The federal government actually put together a federal committee to study this. It came out with a report, which I would be happy to provide to you, and our own Senator Prentice from New Hampshire was on that committee. The New Hampshire Ground Ambulance Study Committee, which was fully funded by the New Hampshire Health Plan and its member insurance companies, actually statistically proved that New Hampshire's ambulance services are reimbursed below cost by commercial insurance providers, as well as New Hampshire Medicaid and Medicare, something we've been saying as many times as I've been at this microphone. By choosing to continue to reimburse New Hampshire ambulance providers below cost, the commercial insurance providers in New Hampshire continue to force ambulance providers to balance bill patients so they can attempt to recoup their operating costs. We cannot support 316 in its current form. We believe that the rates recommended, which are actually 197% of the 2025 Medicare rate, do not reflect the impact of the loss of revenue that New Hampshire ambulance providers would experience if they were no longer allowed to balance bill. Mandating those recommended rates and prohibiting balance billing would result in a significant net loss to New Hampshire ambulance providers and will put further pressure on an EMS system already in crisis. Desperately what we're trying to avoid, and in direct opposition to what the Ambulance Summit came up with for its mission, which was to make this a revenue neutral process. It is not revenue neutral as put forward for either side. Other parts of the proposed legislation impose insurance industry friendly conditions that potentially reduce reimbursement levels and potentially tie reimbursement to continued public fund subsidization, i.e. property taxes. Things not seen in any other New Hampshire commercial insurance reimbursement situation that I know of. I also wanted to point out, I apologize, I've been making notes as the commissioner and his staff have been talking. There's a couple of things that I just have a couple of questions on. There are 11 states that have passed legislation relative to ambulance billing. And almost all of them are well above the 197% that is being recommended by PCG. Arkansas pays at the rate that the ambulance provider bills, that's selected by the elected officials in the community where the ambulance transport takes place. So does California. Colorado pays at 325%. Indiana pays at 400% of Medicare. Louisiana at 325%. Maine at 180%, and I will note that Maine just had to come up with $15 million to subsidize the ambulance providers in the state because their attempt at balanced billing control was a disaster, and it's been talked about in this committee before. Mississippi is at 325%. Ohio is at 100%. Oklahoma, Texas, and Washington are all at 325%. And that was our recommendation last year when we were before this committee. I also want to point out that the advisory groups were not informed of the result of the study. We were kept well informed about the process of the study all the way through, but the only way I found out about the study was from a text from a friend of mine who said, hey, it's been released. And then I went and looked at it. And lastly, commercial insurance providers, to the best of my knowledge, are not typically paying Medicare rates. If you recall, we passed a bill last year on direct pay, and that direct pay was the result of insurance providers sending checks directly to patients when an out-of-network ambulance provider picked them up. And those checks were very substantial. In some cases, people were committing fraud. They were so substantial. And they were not at Medicare rates. They were oftentimes at usual and customary rates. I understand that there may be differences between ERISA plans and non-ERISA plans, but I do not believe in any way, shape, or form that the typical commercial insurance payment is 100% of Medicare. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to, we want to get to the right number. We want to do this as much as anybody else does, but we don't think, and I'll use Commissioner Betancourt's number, that the delta is anywhere near 197%. That's not the right number.
Thank you, Chris. Representative Miles?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me, would balanced billing enable EMS services to pay more competitive wages to paramedics? And then if so, would an increase in those wages allow us to have and provide greater amount of EMS services to more people of New Hampshire or not?
That's a great question. Our industry, not unlike healthcare or public safety, is struggling to retain people that are qualified to provide services. Many of the services, particularly in rural areas right now, have a difficult time attracting staff. If you remove the ability to balance bill and don't fill that gap between what the service is collecting now and what they will collect in the future, you will significantly impact the ability of them to continue to provide services. I don't believe that the study, at least I haven't been able to see it in the study, I don't believe that the study properly accounted for that delta at all. It looked at the cost, and I understand that, but it did not look at the cost that will be lost by not being able to collect what the insurers are paying now. If they were paying 100% of Medicare, as the gentleman from the Insurance Commission said, I would understand that, but I don't believe they are.
I just wondered if you have any documentation that you were reading off of that we could have a copy for everyone here?
Oh, sure,
Through
absolutely.
email or whatever.
I'd be happy to
All right,
send it.
thank you.
Yes.
Representative Gibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a lot of discussion in the last session about the problem of insurance companies sending the check to the patient rather than to the ambulance provider, and that this resulted in loss to the ambulance providers because they had to track down the patient and the money, and it didn't always come through. And what I'm wondering is, does direct payment provide an advantage to the ambulance providers that might at least somewhat offset the problems that have been discussed, the financial problems?
I do believe that by enacting that law, which we did last year, that has helped. Yes.
So there is some advantage.
With direct pay, absolutely.
Yes. You don't have any comparison? I'm not looking for numbers, just generalities.
I don't. The organization that I work for, we are in network with the largest insurance carrier, so we didn't have that issue. But I can't speak for others that may not be in network.
Okay, Representative?
Hi, thank you. You mentioned 11 states that are doing a better job of paying the providers, you guys.
The percentage of Medicare, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do any of those states, because I haven't done that research yet, so I want to do it, but I want to do it right. Do any of those states, are they coming out of, is some of the money coming out of taxes or, property tax, any kind of tax? Or is it all coming from the insurance companies?
My understanding is it's all coming from the insurance companies, but would be happy to provide you with the documentation. It's actually a white paper, so it's got sources for all the
that'd be
things that are
great.
in there. So you could take a look at that.
Thank you.
I also understand that there's going to be a bill introduced in Massachusetts, I believe by the end of the week, that will be similar to the one that you see here in New Hampshire, but won't be 197. It'll be at whatever the community rate is set by the elected officials, or 325% of Medicare.
Okay. $359. Okay. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to be seen.
I'm quite sure you'll be here for the subcommittee also.
I will do my best, yes, sir.
And the information that the representative want is probably going to be very useful.
Thank you.
Okay. Reminding my comrades that this is going to be going to a huge subcommittee, so keep your questions to the point. Thank you. Okay. Michael Sitar.
Good morning. Good afternoon, excuse me. My name is Michael Sitar. I'm the chief of the Tilton Northfield Fire District. Today I'm here representing the New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs. And to basically speak right now that as the bill stands currently, we are opposed to the bill. Some of the reasons are that the amount proposed in the bill for reimbursement to providers is substantially lower than what we need to survive. One of the points that Commissioner talked about was the delta in regards to Medicare providers, Medicare, Medicaid providers, and private insurance providers. And I can speak specifically to Tilton Northfield Fire. We have our own billing system, a formula that was approved by the elected Board of Fire Commissioners and is enacted, and the formula is adjusted every year. And through that formula and through my testimony, which will be shared with you, it'll show the delta there's a far left-hand corner that are the rates proposed by the commission, and then my rates, and then the far right-hand corner shows the delta in those rates. What we're trying to do is not, it'd be easier to say that the revenue we collect from billing, it goes to offset the tax rate. If we collect less, the tax rate goes up, or we have to reduce services. That's the basic bottom line of it. It's not that complicated. And if you want, I can share how we got our policy and our formula, and we show you all the math. There's nothing hidden about it as public documents at any rate. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, trying to keep this short.
Representative Sullivan.
Thanks for taking my question. So you said that this wouldn't be a good enough reimbursement to be able to survive. That's what you just said, right? So do you think you guys would actually have to close if this bill were to get passed?
Survive is probably a poor choice of words. What would happen if this bill passes in its current form is that either we would reduce our services or we would have to increase the burden on the taxpayer to maintain what we currently do.
Okay. Further question?
If you may quote, may inquire.
Thank you. Okay, so my understanding is now you guys you do the balance billing and you get the check mailed to you instead of to the patient because we changed that last term. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was enacted late last year, so I haven't had a full, quite a bit of time to research how that's affected us,
Gotcha.
but I'm sure
So-
it's a positive effect.
So my question then is it possible, and I know you don't really know, this hasn't happened yet, and it sounds like you don't have a full understanding of the impact of that change that we did, but is it possible that this bill would actually, like, is there a scenario where you could think of where you could actually get more money under this situation versus the current situation where you have to chase down insurance companies and or patients to try to get the balance of the bill?
I'm going to suggest that it's going to be the legislation that passed last year with this direct payment is going to have a positive effect on our collection rate.
So you think that would be better than, you're assuming the numbers that we're getting under the bill that we passed last year is going to be better than what we have now. That's the assumption you're operating under, I assume, right?
My assumption is that our collection rate will be better, being that we don't have to chase down in-state insurance, private insurance providers that don't pay the full amount. As a side note, at Tilton Northfield Fire, we have a process. If people can't afford to pay the bill, we have a process where they can go through to say that, they're indigent or they're poor or they just can't afford it. We've never taken anybody to court and we've never reported anybody to their credit rating. So we're very mindful of that, and I think we're very careful. But there are times where people have in the past received checks from insurance companies and have not forwarded those payments to us. But that has been taken care of.
Gotcha.
So, but that's only for in-state providers. So if I come from the Lakes region, we're a very heavily tourist business industry. We have a bike park where we have nearly 100 runs a year with people with severe trauma that we end up bringing to a hospital. A lot of those patients are from out of state and have out of state private providers. They would not fall under this legislation, and but as the legislation stands, we still wouldn't be able to balance the bill.
Gotcha. Thank you. And would you believe it would be helpful, I think, if you or anybody else who's, another ambulance organization here, maybe when the subcommittee time comes around, it would be helpful if we had some insight into the impact of the changes we made last year, and then we could compare it to the potential outcomes from this potential bill, just as we think through this incredibly complicated process or problem.
Like you, I've sat in this chair a few times.
Good observation, Representative. Very good observation. Thank you. Any question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So if someone is hurt up in the Lakes region and their insurance is in another state, you're not able to bill?
We do send them a bill. We send the bill mainly to the insurance agent, to the insurance company. But if their insurance companies from New York or Connecticut or Massachusetts or whatever, those insurance companies follow the laws of that state, not the state of New Hampshire. So if we're certainly an out-of-network provider for any out-of-state insurance company, And so they send us a check or the patient a check rather than sending it to us. And it's certainly for a lot less than what it cost.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next will be Ms. Paula Rogers from AHIP.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Vice Chairman. For the record, my name is Paula Rogers, and I'm here on behalf of America's Health Insurance Plans. And I just wanted to comment briefly on the bill, and I've listened, of course, to the testimony and the presentation of the departments. And I can personally attest to the fact that ambulance bills have been the bane of everybody's existence. They seem insoluble, and we've gone in circles, and we've labored over a number of sessions about direction of payment. Should it go to the member in a non-contracted situation? I mean, in a contracted situation, surely. In an uncontracted situation, there's no contract with the uncontracted ambulance corps. So we had historically sent the check to the member, the only person with whom we have a relationship. And of course, that put the providers in this awkward situation of having to chase the money. Then a bill was passed that said, well, plans, you can send it in either direction. And finally, the most recent one is send it to the person, to the provider. And I am sure that there has been some benefit to the providers. How large that benefit is, I don't know, but it's not going to solve the whole problem you're working on here. When I heard the department presentation, I was frankly very impressed with the lengths they went to get a consultant lined up, the cooperation of the providers, and now we have some results. And AHIP, as a association of health plans, we don't wildly embrace government rate setting. So we're hesitant on that part of the bill. But I have to tell you, in sort of a convenience factor, the study is very informative and very helpful as a source of data, because the contracting process is fraught between plans and providers, and the ambulance providers. There's a long history of this issue, and it has gravity in almost every state, I suspect. I was surprised to hear Mr. Stawaz say that there are 11 states that have some sort of rate setting system. And Representative Spear, when you said you were going to do some research on it, so am I, because I was aware of Connecticut and perhaps one other state. But it's interesting, and it might be interesting historically, to see what finally had those states decide we've got to do something about this. I'm not sure where we are in New Hampshire at this point. I'm not with the kind of knowledge that I would know that. The one thing in the bill, 316, that I wanted to say that we support is something to address balance billing. And I agree with the commissioner. The patient is in the middle on that, and it's really very important that we do something about it. I mean, I've heard the ambulance providers suggest their reluctance to sort of embrace that, but I think it's something that the committee can work on and see if there's some constructive way we can get over that hump, because there was a hump at the federal level, and that ground ambulance was not provided by federal protection. And when the states picked up on it, they too have held back on ambulance provision services. So I just wanted to make those comments, but most of all, I know that it's a huge, you're going to have a very large subcommittee. It's a workload, and it's intensive. You're really going to have to pay attention, because it's such a vital issue to the plans and to the providers. And plans may be reluctant, but we need to be realistic, and we need to look at the data, and we need to continue in the discussion.
Representative Spear.
I'm not positive this is a question or a comment related to a question. But some of the states that were rattled off have state subsidies for their health plans. And so the question is, and that I want to research and find out, how many of those states are subsidizing their ambulance plans with state taxes? Which is fine. I mean, they're certainly welcome to do that, and they do that in a number of areas. We have to decide if we can afford that, but that's another issue.
I think that's an important observation, and research needs to be done. So I'm all interested in seeing how this develops, quite frankly.
I hope we get the list of those 11 states.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Sullivan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know this thing
Very
blocks.
strange
I can't
thing.
see your face. So the previous speaker said that when somebody from a touristy area, which I represent, so that's why I'm asking this question. When somebody comes to these tourist locations and they're coming from New York or Massachusetts or wherever out of state, then they send the balance bill or the balance of the bill the bill, whatever they're sending, to the insurance company in that state, and then they're regulated by the state that they're in. So Massachusetts, New York, whatever it might be. I'm curious, maybe you know how it impacts New Hampshire. So if I am insured and I go get hurt in, I don't know, the Berkshires, and how, when they send the bill to you guys, do you guys just say, well, we abide by New Hampshire laws, and so you have to pay the balance of the bill, or how does that work?
Well, it's going to vary from company to company, but one thing I will tell you is that when I was in a company, we often struggled with the issue of, well, it was a Blue Cross company. So people would say, well, the card says Blue Cross on it. And yes, but it's Blue Cross of Connecticut. And you're in New Hampshire. So you've got a billing issue, in another state. And you do have to deal with the other state. There are service agencies that can deal in basically assisting, and I actually encountered one. I've forgotten where it was located, on the border of Massachusetts, over in the Portsmouth area, where they were doing claims because there were a lot of cross-border issues, and they were basically servicing the claims and making sure that the providers, who have more things to do than worry about which which insurer you have to pursue to get your ambulance claim paid. So it's a complicated matter, and I don't think there's one clear answer to the question you just posed.
Okay, thanks.
Well, thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up is Derek from Hooksett. The last name,
Almond, sir.
okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Derek Almond. I am a resident of Hooksett. I am the current president of the New Hampshire Ambulance Association. And, frankly, I'm not going to go over and reiterate that, the testimony from, Representative Sullivan, Chief Sitaro, Chris Thewas, because the association. Can you pull the mic a little closer? I beg your pardon. Thank you. They have, Chris already represented the association's position on this bill. I guess from my standpoint, just being a paramedic of 30-something years, longer than I really care to admit, Chris has been longer though, just for the record. I just is there any questions for the new members about the actual, what it is an ambulance does, what it is that happens here in the state, what is different than other states, what is the, components that maybe some, a lot of members here have been in this group for years and years and years. Not me. This is only my third time here, not like Chris. I was just curious again, this issue was new to me several years ago when it started. The weaponization of reimbursement that the insurance companies, had initiated quite a long time ago. The problems of reconciling, readiness with, what that cost was, and just the expectation here in New Hampshire, just so you're aware, when you dial 911 anywhere in New Hampshire, you get the same answering point regardless. And, the expectation that's created by that, what is your emergency when they answer that phone line? I was just curious if I could answer any questions, for specifically the new members. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. My final card on this bill, Nathan Borland. from NHAA.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. My name is Nathan Borland. I am a paramedic currently with Stewart's Ambulance. I have been in EMS for about 25 years, so Chris has me beat as well. I started in the state of Vermont where I live. I started working in New Hampshire in 2010 or 11 as a paramedic. I make the commute down here because it's a better work environment for me and it fits better with my schedule. I have recently obtained my FPC, Certified Flight Paramedic, so I am a Certified Critical Care Paramedic, which is the highest level of service that you can get pre-hospitally without me going to PA school or medical school, and I have no intentions of doing that. I apologize to you in advance here speaking to you. Everybody's touched on what I had in my head at this point, plus I didn't initially intend to speak to you today. I was coming to listen, but I felt I could offer you a few pieces of insight that you might not get elsewhere. So, balance billing. I think everybody in this room is in agreement that balance billing shouldn't happen. We've beat this horse to death for many years, but we don't have a solution for it because it's a necessary evil to keep ambulance agencies alive at this point. None of us like to send a bill to that patient, you know, when the insurance company has paid X amount when we've billed, Y amount, and wait, where's this bill coming from? Personally, I ran an agency up north, as far north as you can get in the state, for 6 years, and my practice then was if someone came to me with any kind of a hardship whatsoever, I worked out payment plans. I helped with hardship cases where, okay, we'll just write this off. My experiences up there, on average every year, we billed out about 2.4 million in services and collected around 900 to a million back. So there's a big disconnect here in terms of reimbursing and funding. And the difficulty of that becomes who picks up that extra cost. Our cost of service is fixed. We have to pay our people whether they're on a call or not. We have to buy this truck, whether it's on a call or not, whether the wheels are turning, whether it's parked, it doesn't matter, it costs the same. So we have to stay in business in order to be able to provide this service. Our costs are pretty fixed. I mean, you have some variability with overtime and, pandemics and eclipses and the things that cause us to have to add staff at times, but for the most part, it's fixed. So balance billing, none of us want to do at all, but we have to at this point because we have to make up that gap anywhere that we can. You've talked about Medicare and Medicaid underfunding. Those are being addressed elsewhere. We have no control over that at this point. This is one of the many drops in the bucket that we need to address. If you don't do something to change the model soon, ambulance agencies are going to continue to fail. You've already had several that have gone out of business. Best Care a few years ago went out of business. Franconia Life Squad has closed doors and is now being covered by Littleton Fire Department at a substantially higher cost, by the way, like 5 or 6 times the cost of what it costs to maintain Franconia Life Squad. You've seen in the papers recently, Warren Wentworth EMS, Linwood Ambulance, they're all struggling financially. Everybody is. If you don't do something soon, this system is going to continue to fail. And then you're going to dial 911 at some point and nobody's going to respond. And none of us want that either. So we need to do something, but what's the answer? The answer is not setting it at, 196% of Medicare or whatever this, proposal has set out. And I'll tell you why, because in reading that study, when I looked through it, it said operating costs plus 2%. So that, we can pad our budget to survive. Well, in the time frame since this study was released, the cost of purchasing a brand new Zoll cardiac monitor has gone up by 17%, not 2%. The cost of buying a truck, in February of 22, I ordered an ambulance for the 45th Parallel EMS when I was chief up there. We ordered it and locked it in at $188,000. When it was delivered to us in April of 24, the sales guy, who's a good friend of mine, said, "Hey, are you sure you want this for this price? Because I have somebody that just offered me $250,000 for it cash, sight unseen, and I can get that easily." I'm like, "Nah, sorry, we have a contract for $188. This is what it's going to be." So those prices, that's a huge increase from $188 to $240 or $250. All of these costs keep jumping higher and higher and higher. And what's our annual inflation at this point? Where are we? Where have we been for the last 4 years? So, from a human aspect, me as a provider with the experience that I have, wanting to be able to help you in your time of need, next year you're going to give me a 2% raise? When inflation is, 4, 5, 6, 8%, you're not going to keep people in this line of work doing that. We're already struggling to keep people employed. I know I'm not going to get rich doing this job. I do this job because I love it. I would just like to not have to work till noon on the day of my funeral, if that's possible, please. So those are the kinds of things that we're dealing with. I'll be happy to answer any questions for you. You, sir, had a good question for me I'd like to address initially when you were asking about out-of-staters. The area that I covered up north was a lot of tourism, snowmobilers and the like. And the answer to that is you take what you get and you're expecting that you're going to have to write the rest of it off for the most part because you just have no avenue to pursue. You can call the insurance companies and try to get more and you get put on hold for 45 minutes to an hour and then someone picks up the phone and we're disconnected accidentally. So you start the process over. So we never get anywhere. Ambulance agencies, as your small, little either private or municipal or nonprofit agency, do not have the same bargaining power that a nationwide insurance company does. So to try to litigate and go after, we can't compete with their lawyers. It's not possible. Therefore, you take what they give you and either the taxpayer picks up the bill or you write it off. And, as the chief said, you're faced with, do we go to the taxpayers for more money or do we cut services? And I can tell you that a lot of your rural areas, especially the further north you go, the worse it gets, they're already paying exorbitant property taxes to maintain your services. So do you want to save, a couple of dollars in premium on a healthcare plan, or do you want to pay an extra $5,000 a year in property tax on your house that you own? That's the question you're going to have to address. And it does need to be fixed and fixed relatively quickly. So I will certainly take any questions that you have. And again, I apologize for kind of being off the cuff. I wasn't initially planning on speaking today.
Thank you. Representative Gibbs, remember, this is still going to subcommittee. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for coming in and representing, providing us with your information. The discussion of the PCG report stated that the proposed rate would be about double, or several people have said 197% of the current rate of insurance payment. One of the earlier representatives of the providers stated that several other states have enacted rate schedules that provide for 325% of Medicare. Do you have an idea of what rate level would make it possible for ambulance services to continue in a sustainable financial way?
I can't speak for any of the other services, but last year when we were talking about this and Senator Prentice had the bill for 325% of Medicare, I went back to my office in Colebrook and I analyzed those numbers and realized that that was feasible for us at that time. I would have to look at it again. I've been out of that office now for about 6 months. I'd have to look at it again to make sure. But at that time, looking at the numbers, 325% of Medicare was going to be sustainable for us.
So if the rate set by the commission was 325% of Medicare rather than 197% of current insurance rates, you think that that would be sustainable for your organization?
For the numbers I looked at the time, absolutely, that would have been for us, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Miles?
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I just want to try to put this in perspective a bit. So I'm going to use the reference the New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs passed out. So the proposed rate would be for ALS life support emergency run. It says $1,105. I know you don't have a stack of papers in front of you, so I don't expect exact numbers. So $1,100, if you were to go to your ambulance run sheet, your electronic run sheet, check off one of everything, maybe 2 liters of saline, 2 vials of this, 2 vials of that, your gloves, your compression bands for your automated compression device, one of everything. Wouldn't that be more than $1,100?
That is the bane of the existence of ambulance billing right there. Years and years ago, we used to be able to bill itemized billing based on what we used. We are now lumped into these, ALS 1, ALS 2, BLS rates that if you provide this level of service, it's X amount of dollars. The problem with that is an ALS 1 call could simply be you needed a cardiac monitor and I started an IV on you. And so here's, $1,100 for this service. But that same ALS billing rate, years ago when it first came out, amiodarone was around, if I remember right, $300 a milligram. So it was an expensive drug, and we're getting the same $1,100 for that, administering that drug. It's come down in price recently, but there are meds out there that are ungodly expensive, and we get the same reimbursement no matter what. So yes, that's a very valid point.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, Representative, last question.
So, thanks for taking my question. I just wanted to know that in the current system where you have balance billing, are you not getting paid most of the time, or are you getting paid by the consumer at this moment?
It varies a lot depending on the person that you're dealing with, the insurance company that you're dealing with. My personal experience with getting reimbursement from balance billing patients was about 40% collection rate. It varies from service to service and area to area. Some people that don't care about their credit rating at all, they just throw the bill away and that's the end of it. Other people, I had one young gentleman that wrecked a snowmobile in 2015 and sent me $5 a week for about 12 years to pay his bill off. So, there's so much variability there. I can't give you a solid answer.
So just to follow up, so the current system of balance billing is not solving your financial problem. Is it correct?
No, but if you take it away from us without fixing everything else, it's going to worsen things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing I have no more cards, this hearing is adjourned until the subcommittee. And we'll take a 2 or 3 minute break so Chairman Hunt can return to the room. No.
Okay, let's get through this final bill here. House Bill 185. Actually, just take a seat over here. I need someone to introduce the bill because I don't see Representative Prue. He's not here. All right, I won't bother. No problem. You ready? Okay, Chris, you're the only one who has a card in, so tell us why you want this bill. Tell us what's better about this bill.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I won't repeat everything I said already. This bill, as I understand it, looks at paying or compelling the insurance carriers to pay at whatever rate the community sets. So if you're in Chrisville and all the selectmen get together and say, we think our cost is $1,000 for an ambulance ride, that's what they set the rate at. That's the amount that this bill would require the commercial insurance carriers to pay. So short of a percentage of Medicare, we believe that that's a very good idea. That being said, there's a number of things in the bill that I don't think are clear and would have to be cleared up prior to the bill moving forward. And I will echo what the insurance department came up with for their concerns with in the latter part or the analysis of the bill. There's a lot of things that just are not spelled out. So the concept of the bill is great, but we can't support it as it's currently written.
No, this one you say you like. This is 185.
Correct. Yeah, we say we like it because the theory behind it is that it compels the insurers to pay at whatever rate the elected officials in the community
I don't
that
see
the
that in
service.
this bill at all. I
okay.
think you got the wrong bill. Insurance shall provide reimbursement at rates negotiated between the insurer and the ambulance service provider.
Yep. In the absence of the
absence-
agreed rate, an
yeah.
insurer shall pay the amount billed by the ambulance service provider for the service.
Right. Oh, this is any willing provider. Right. So that the insurance company has to pay whatever you bill them.
Correct.
Yeah. What's that got to do with the local people? That part about you said it had something to do with local.
But because the way the process works is localities set those rates. What your community charges for an ambulance and what my community charges for an ambulance are not the same thing. Our costs are different.
Right.
So this bill would require the insurers to pay whatever that amount was, whatever you determine it
Well,
costs
you
you
had
to
this
provide
thing
it.
about the local people being involved, but I didn't understand.
Oh,
that-
sorry, I'm-
But
I'm-
you were not saying that my selectmen will set the rate.
Well, that's
Yeah,
that's
you're
the
saying
background.
Is that it's the so whatever you got billed.
Yes.
Any willing provider.
Correct. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee members? Okay.
We're done.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify on House Bill 185? Close the hearing on 185. I think everybody's exhausted on the issue. Okay, so for the committee members, I have scheduled next week. What we have is we're going to meet. We will not meet Tuesday. Tuesday's free. Wednesday, we will do a subcommittee on the liquor bills. Be Wednesday morning, excuse me. Then Wednesday afternoon. Yeah, no, that's not the piece of
No.
paper. Okay, all right. Let me pull up my cheat sheet here.
There we go.
Okay, and my cheat.
Really?
No, this,
Yeah, that's what we have is liquor bills.
this is my cheat sheet. Okay, so we will do on Thursday Thursday morning we'll do the business bill. We have hearings. So Wednesday afternoon we'll do the business bills that we did today. So we will be doing the bills we heard this morning will be subcommitteed on next Wednesday afternoon.
So we got
And the bills, and then Thursday we'll have new hearings. We have a new Billy Waxa bills.
So AM,
And so it starts at 10 a.m. and these the business bills are all over the map. We got
that's afternoon.
and then in the afternoon we're going to do some insurance bills. And they're also these are not particularly, you know, the insurance bills are health insurance. They're all three health insurance related. And that'll be Thursday afternoon.
So these are the morning, that's the afternoon for
Thursday.
the
And
Thursday.
then Wednesday morning, we will do the subcommittee on liquor bills. And then
Afternoon,
in the afternoon would be the business bills. So technically, just so you know what the deal is, is science and technology is supposed to meet Monday, Tuesdays, and we get Wednesday, Thursdays. Thursdays obviously is problematic because we could have sessions. So, and I will be damned if I'm going to come in on Fridays.
no.
Okay, so the idea is that we will I try to do Tuesdays when I can, but we ended up in that committee room down the. That's why we're technically it's Thursday. Right, right.
Yeah, we're not having a session till the end of the month. Really?
It's it's just a push to get through the bills. We just got to get. What's that? Whatever I say, that's true.
Right, that's good.
The good, the bad. I mean, the good, the bad. In this case, like for me, like Tuesday, you say, well, why weren't we doing Tuesday? Well, on Tuesday, I'm going to be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, doing a board meeting of my real estate
again?
development company. Oh
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
4 times a year.
Yeah.
So that just fortuitously, Monday was a holiday, so I could.
Yeah.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays is way. Always think that we're going to be here, and then and just so you know, on Monday mornings I do county budget. So I get, but that lasts just into February, and then I'm all done with that. We'll get our budget. Mondays or Fridays are always.
When hell freezes over.
Free. Yeah, no, to me it was 3 days a week: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. If you would like to, make sure to email me so I make sure I got. But I'm pretty sure I kept everybody in there. Any other returning people in the same. So far at this moment we have. Let's see. I guess it's a little lighter this year, but
because we got rid of the condo.
and we got that was good in manufacturing. That's probably good for 8 or 10 bills,
Yeah, at least.
Okay, so currently bills in the committee is 31.
Wow.
Wow.
That's half of what we get.
But when according to Paul Smith yesterday, he still had 200 bills more. They had
At least 10% of them.
Yeah, but still, it's less than
so we could if we get
That's at 80.
so.
All right.
Yeah, and I always say we're usually around 50 House and then 25 Senate, 75.